Hello.
Hi, Internet.
Hi, Internet.
Hi, Susie.
Hi, Ben. How are you guys? Welcome all, everyone streaming in to the Free Press live stream pre-show for the last night of the RNC in Milwaukee. I'm Susie Weiss coming at you from the Free Press studios in Los Angeles, and I'm joined by my colleague, Ben Kowaller. Nice to see you, Ben.
It's good to see you, Susie. Have you ever been to Milwaukee?
Never. I hope to never go.
Susie, it's a very pleasant city. The architecture is lovely. When you fly in, there's a lake, and then there are all these very well-organized houses near the lake, and I think there's a lighthouse.
Just the American dream out there at the RNC.
Lovely.
Ben, before we get into the RNC of it all, I'm curious where you're at. How much money have you lost or gained on the Biden betting? Is he going to drop out or is he going to stay in?
You have the impression of a gambling man, Susie.
I feel like everyone has money on this. I keep doing double or nothing. I barely know what it means, and I just keep losing money.
I literally don't know what double or nothing means. What does it? Can you explain that actually?
I think it's just like you double the bet. So I bet someone $10 he would drop out last week, and then instead of paying up, I said, okay, double or nothing this week, and now I owe him $20.
I think if I'd thought about it for about 2 seconds, here's the live stream now. Something for us to look and comment on.
Oh, I think this is the Wyckoff boy.
Oh, hello. Who is this?
So I feel like we're at the Olympics. I'm like, this is the 12-year-old gymnast.
Yeah, I mean,
who's looking very good. This is I think the son of a New York real estate mogul. And if he's single, I'm free on Thursday. But I think he's about to introduce his dad.
Yeah. So anyway, have you been enjoying what have you watched? What's been your favorite stuff?
Well, I'm not really a Politico, so I'm mostly kind of in it for the drama and the fashion. But thankfully, this RNC has provided a lot of that. I think in general the speeches are really bad. There's a few that I'd like to touch on that I really liked. But do you have any favorites?
I thought Nikki Haley hit some really good notes. But she sounded really sane. I mean, there's a political game, I guess you have to play, like the idea, when she said, Kamala had one job, fix the border. She couldn't do it. Incompetent. Okay.
That border czar.
One job isn't to fix the border. But I thought that she sounded liked what she said about America succeeding, and we don't give off the impression that we all hate each other or that we hate America. I like that part in particular.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought she came off good. I thought she looked great. I mean, to me, this is basically just the Oscars.
Yeah.
But someone who really surprised me, who I thought gave a great speech, was Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I don't know if you had a chance to watch that one.
That zinger
about Jill Biden, take your husband to work day.
Who's writing for her? That's who we should find.
Yeah, they were incredible.
Should replace me with. That guy's a genius.
A very good genius. Very good writer. And I thought, her, Mike Pompeo. There's just a few people who I think have been hitting the semaglutides, but they're looking great for it. So I'm happy for them.
Oh, semaglutides is like Ozempic, yeah.
I think that's like kind of the sneak delegation at the RNC this year.
Yeah, well, it's working for her. I had much warmer feelings towards her, I must say.
Oh my God, who else did you listen to that you liked?
That I liked? Well, that's a real stumper. I've been mostly talking to people. I have to admit, I've been talking to the attendees. I had one interesting thought. I mean, I don't know if this is going to be a revelation to anyone else, but I've seen about 3 Republicans face to face in my whole life because I come from a very sheltered liberal existence in Brooklyn. And I remember there was a part of J.D. Vance's speech where he's talking about how his grandmother owned, 70,000 guns or whatever, and the whole audience starts cheering for Mama, and they love how many guns she owned. And this was something that, I think this is something that just totally baffles liberal people when they see all this cheering about guns. And over the past year, kind of going around the country talking to some Republicans, I felt like I understood where that is coming from in a place that I, in a way that I don't think an earlier version of me might have.
Where before it was like, oh wow, these people have crazy bloodlust, and now you understand that it's maybe part of a larger heritage.
I don't know. Well, it may be part of a larger heritage, but I think there's a feeling of self-empowerment and distrust in the government, and feeling like you want to be, that you want to be equipped to defend yourself, and a lot of, I mean, maybe I'm romanticizing things now. I don't know, but I don't know that any of those thoughts sort of occurred to me before.
I love this. I love this sort of personal metamorphosis, this journey you're on, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll be a delegate next year? Is that where you're headed?
I don't think I'll be delegating anything at the RNC. I don't think. Although I don't think I will be at the DNC either, I have to say.
Oh, do you feel a little political? I'm a political nihilist, but I know you're a more idealistic, Dem, maybe even a Democratic Socialist of America card-carrying member. I don't know, but tell me how you're feeling about your party.
The party, I am a registered Democrat. I don't know. Am I not supposed to have sort of a veneer of impartiality?
I don't know. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll say right now, I'm fairly furious with the Democrats. It was obvious, at least to me, as soon as Joe Biden came out in 2019 or the 2020 to run it was like, what happened to Joe Biden? I've seen people turn 80 or turn 78, however old he was then. I thought, no, there's something very diminished about this person. He just did not seem like the same guy. And it was sort of puzzling to me that, well, I guess at the time people talked about him being too old. But all I'll say is that once again, I am blameless. In 2016, I voted for Bernie, who I think might have won over Trump. And in 2024, I voted for Tim Phillips. Not Tim Phillips. That's
Tim Phillips.
Not Tim. Who did I vote for? Dean Phillips.
Dean Phillips.
Yeah.
Dean Phillips.
Yeah.
And the Dean Hive.
I was part of the Dean Hive. Thanks to Honestly.
Oh, he was a very good guest on Honestly.
Yeah, he was compelling.
Speaking of big Democratic insiders, we just published an op-ed from Mark Pincus, who's the founder of Zynga, which made Farmville and Words with Friends, and he's calling on Biden to step aside, and he's calling for an open convention. And I guess my question to you, Ben, is if Biden steps aside, do you think it's going to be Kamala automatically, or do you think they're going to try and rewrite the rule book or do whatever they got to do an open convention?
Well, I know every pundit here is supposed to, or just in general, is kind of supposed to speak as if they have some great authority on this, and many people do. I, however, have no idea if it's going to be Kamala or whatever. But one of the things I liked about Mark's column was he said that if it was an open convention, it would be dramatic, and I think that would really give. I think that would give the DNC some reason to watch, other than Schadenfreude for the Republicans and, I don't know, masochism for the Democrats. It's the energy here at the RNC is very, very upbeat, very positive. Well, of course it is. They're going to win, or it feels like it anyway. And it would be nice if there were some excitement to the DNC.
Well, that's the thing. You could say a lot about Donald Trump, but he is a showman, and he appointed J.D. Vance at the convention. Usually, I think that happens a few weeks before. And he sort of looked like Baron Harkonnen. I don't know if you saw Dune, kind of like up on the dais, and he just was like watching as all of his entire family like bent the knee and kissed the ring. What did you think of those speeches? It felt like I had a bingo card, and it was just like, but to me, he's dad. To me, he's grandpa. Like, what was the feeling inside the room as that was happening?
Well, I wish I could tell you. I was a little distracted, Susie. I was on an app, a gay app.
Tumblr?
No, not like gay, like stupid. Gay, like homosexual.
What app were you on, Ben?
Yeah, I was on an app called Grindr, but I was on assignment. Your sister,
sure. That's what they all say.
I happen to have a video that demonstrates this, that gives the evidence for what I'm about to tell you. That your sister told me that my job was to go on Grindr, and my hands were tied. So I don't know. Apparently, JD Vance gave a speech, and I was in the room for it, but I wasn't really spiritually there.
Well, who cares about that? I think we need to hear a little bit more about Grindr at the RNC.
I could blather on about why I was on Grindr, but I actually made a video about the whole thing, which I think we're going to play now.
All right, let's see it.
Hope y'all enjoy.
In the name of Jesus, We ask for a new restoration of America.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, our Lord.
The Lord Jesus Christ.
This week, Republicans flocked to Milwaukee for a Christian Coalition convention. I'm sorry, I mean the RNC.
You know, I have a lot of family that are Democrats, and the one common denominator is they're godless.
Well, I don't really have a leg to stand on there.
You don't?
You got
Are you
me.
also? Are you
got
also?
me totally godless.
I knew it.
A lot of Jesus talk.
Okay.
On the convention floor.
As long as nobody's pushing their religion on anybody else.
But why else would Christ be mentioned so often if that were not their ideal, to push religion onto people?
I'm going to say something else.
Do you want me to not keep hectoring you about it? Is that what you're suggesting?
I said I would like to be a fly on the wall at the DNC just to see how much Christ was mentioned throughout their convention.
Yeah, I hear they're hiring a transgender person to urinate on a crucifix. I think it's a bit much.
I think you're lying.
Personally.
We need to quit compromising with filth, degradation, demoralization, destructive behaviors.
As it happened, an authority on destructive behavior had just dropped a hot new video.
Grindr executives are calling the RNC convention the Grindr Super Bowl.
The news had reached my boss, who then demanded I drop everything and try to get laid.
All right, let's go on the App Store here. Grindr. Oh, look, I already have a message. Hi there. Strong opener.
Within 10 minutes, I'd forgotten there was even a convention happening.
Someone named Kyle says, hey, HRU. That's how are you in Gen Z. Looking for a relationship and friends. Smile. I can offer you neither, dear Kyle. I just got a hey from a 10, like a solid 10. So I sent him a dirty photo? Not yet. I wonder if any of the people who messaged me will become my husband. I'm getting a what's up 0 feet away. So he's here. He's here. Who is it? All I have is shirtlessness. Wonder if it's this guy. Who here looks like they've got a hairy chest? Are you on Grindr right now? No.
I had spiraled into obsession, even as history unfolded around me.
America great again.
Apparently, I wasn't alone. I couldn't pull myself away, even as I made my way to a log cabin Republican mixer to talk to real live gays.
I've not turned on my Grindr here.
What? Wait, are you telling me there's Grindr on your phone and you haven't opened it here?
I do have Grindr on my phone, but I'm not turning it on
God,
here.
I'm
here with my friends, and I'm here with the party to have a good time.
Oh my God.
I know, shocking. That's
This is conservatism.
How much
He's
I love.
temperate, self-control. You really are a Republican.
I really am.
I'm not on Grindr.
Are you on any apps?
I'm no apps. No, not at all.
Where do you meet people?
I'm very outgoing.
With no one to relate to over mutual compulsions, I was forced to talk politics.
To be here this week, where discrimination that was put in 1992 has finally been removed at the behest of our nominee for president, I've pretty much experienced nothing but love and acceptance. There's always some that don't feel that way. The vast majority have been very embracing. They've been very supportive.
I'm going to pray real fast for you because your name is one of the tribes of Israel.
Yes.
So in the name of Jesus be above Benjamin, below Benjamin. Jesus, I know.
I'm supposed to be offended by this.
If you are a practicing of anything, read Isaiah 53, because that
Does he have pics?
Isaiah in the Old Testament.
Questions?
That was amazing. Do you feel like you met the one at the RNC?
The 10 and I are still on texting terms.
Wow, fingers crossed. I mean,
believe me, yeah.
I mean, it seems like there's been, and this comes back to how Trump kind of edited out that marriage was between a man and a woman. He, reportedly wanted to keep it very vague and about the sanctity of marriage, but not what kind of marriage. Do you feel like the Republican Party is turning a corner when it comes to gay people?
Well, I think that people just got sick of people got used to us,
Yeah.
It's a big deal.
If you can't beat them.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if they've joined us, but yeah, if you can't beat them, give in. So, but I think it's very smart, obviously, of the Republican Party, or it seems not to be fighting this battle right now. And if that was in fact at the behest of Donald Trump, then I mean, that was smart of Donald Trump. It's going to get more gay people voting for him.
I wish there was better gay conservative avatars than the two devils on my shoulders, Peter Thiel and George Santos, but I guess that's what we're left with.
Well, I've met some recently at these log cabin events. So, although none of them really public figures, but I have met some charismatic gay Republicans, so they're out there.
I'm sure you have. I mean, aesthetically, there's like nothing worse than the RNC. So I'm really hoping that gay guys can get in there and kind of give it a little bit of a makeover.
Why do you say aesthetically there's nothing worse than the RNC season?
Well, I'm just talking about the only thing that matters at these things, which of course is the fashion.
Right.
I mean,
I thought that might be the segue.
That's the segue. But one piece of fashion that I'd like to ask you about, Ben, that I've been seeing a lot of pictures, are ear bandages the new red hat? Or dare I say the new pink pussy hat? I've seen a lot of people rocking an ear bandage. So have you seen that? Have you seen that around? Yeah, they're wearing the same ear bandage that Trump has to wear since his brush with death.
Well, that's cute. I haven't seen it, but I like it. I mean, I like it as a thing, it makes sense. So
I saw someone tweeted about how it's very religious. It's almost like, they're sharing the suffering of their savior, Donald Trump, much like Christians share the suffering of Jesus. She looks good, actually.
I thought you might have something to say about this.
Is that Melania?
No. Who is this? Every woman that has come up here looks the same. And every man, frankly, although I don't know, was that Paul Reiser before her? Who was that?
I don't know. Here's the thing. The jacket's sort of bunching, but at least she's putting in the effort.
It is bunching.
They need a new haircut. Republican women, you don't have to always do long hair.
I find, maybe I'm out of my depth here, but the smoky eye.
We're all out of our depth here.
What'd you say?
We're all out of our depth here. But what you're over the smoky eye?
I am over the smoky eye. This is the one piece of aesthetic opinion you're going to get out of me. I don't like a smoky eye. It looks like it's got a phoniness, and it does look like someone like punched her in the face twice in her
It's
eye.
very 2014. Get a bottle at the club. Core.
Yes, it makes everyone look like they're going out like in Vegas or somewhere.
It's really bad. It actually ages you. I think it like brings the whole eye down.
Yeah, no teenagers are going out looking like this.
What did you think of Usha Vance's look, or lack thereof, I should say?
Oh, this is probably something I should have had an opinion on. What did you think of it more importantly, Susie?
Well, she cut a very different figure than most Republican women who kind of go for like the high femme thing.
I'm looking her up. Oh, yeah.
As evidenced by
like, oh yes, I noticed her hair, like she looked like a normal person.
She looked like a normal person. She didn't do her hair. She barely had a stitch of makeup on. She's sort of the serious Yale lawyer who now has to be, I guess, hobnobbing with the Lara Trumps and Kimberly Gargoyles of the world.
I'm for it, and I like that she doesn't dye her hair.
I like that too. I love the gray hair. There's a few tweaks I would do if I was on her team. I would do a low pony. She's gorgeous. Her body's amazing. Why don't we get
a high pony is a little cash?
I mean, I think it could go both ways. I think with like maybe a barrette or but I hope she doesn't. I hope the next time we see her, she hasn't transformed into like, the arch conservative woman look. But I think she can afford to cinch a waist. I mean, sue me.
Have we figured out who this lady is? This 24-year-old?
No, can we turn her up? Can we hear her?
Let's hear what she's saying.
Coming soon, we have Tucker Carlson giving a speech, and then on the Free Press Live, everyone can expect the big man on campus, Michael Moynihan, Bari Weiss, Abigail Shrier, Batya Ungar-Sargon, Marianne Williamson, Peter Meijer, Olivia Reingold, and many more. So stay tuned. If me and Ben aren't your cup of tea, we have more people coming down the pike.
But since I still can't hear this lady, why don't you tell me, Susie, who your favorite potential Democratic president would be?
I'm all in on Kamala.
You're a Kamala?
I actually think I would vote for Kamala. I wouldn't vote for Joe, but I think I might vote for Kamala. I'm undecided. If I'm even going to vote. But, here she is.
God bless you and President Trump in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support.
Well, I think this is every speech I've heard at the RNC.
I know.
Even again.
God had other plans.
Yeah.
God had other plans for my grandpa.
I'm being told this woman was not on the schedule. Surprise guest.
Oh, is this who Hulk Hogan should be? Is this the
What
Hulk
happened to him?
Hogan
Is he going
circuit
to be on? No. Susie, who's been your favorite president?
of all time?
Well, like in your lifetime. I guess we
Oh.
had like 3 to choose from when we were at all conscious. Well,
I
you-
mean, I love how George W. Bush is now being accepted.
Oh, yeah.
Because like when he was president, it was like totally like Bush-lied people died, and
Yeah.
now it's like he was so unifying.
I
He
just
kind of had
saw
a
this-
good sense of humor. His paintings aren't bad.
I just saw this clip of him. This is a 1-minute clip about how, and he's talking very intelligently about nativism and isolationism and some otherism. He says it better than I am right now. He sounds like a professor. He sounds like somebody who actually knows what the hell he's talking about.
I know. Watching this whole RNC, it reminds you of when Clint Eastwood talked to that chair in
Oh,
2012.
maybe that
And
was
like
the turn.
this makes that look like highbrow, debating over NAFTA or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
there's just not a lot of substance going on here
Were
that
you
I've
an-
seen.
Were you an Obama stan at any point?
No, my first election was for Hill Dog. I voted
Yeah.
for Hillary. I was too young to vote for Obama.
Hmm.
But I mean, we're gonna potentially get our first millennial vice president with JD Vance. Do you feel seen and represented with that choice, Ben?
By JD Vance? Yep, finally. Finally, there's someone just like me in the White House.
Our first edgelord vice president. I'm very excited for that.
Okay, what's an edgelord?
I'll tell you after the stream,
Is
Ben.
it dirty?
I don't want to do it in front of the kids. It's not dirty.
Okay, it's not dirty. Okay. So predictions for the night. That's what one of our producers has suggested that we talk about predictions of the night.
And a
But
lack of freedom.
what are we predicting? I mean, Donald Trump's going to stand there and give his speech. Oh, is he going to be like a unity, or is he going to
Or do you think it's going to be American Carnage Redux?
American Carnage? I don't think it's going to be American Carnage Redux. I think we're feeling positive, but he's going to get some great zingers in.
I think I'm wondering he's going to be like when my life flashed before my eyes on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
And all I could think of was my family. I don't know. Here's the thing. Everyone else has gone the family grandpa route. I don't think he's going to turn around and give it back to them because he doesn't really care about
Yeah.
them.
Do you think
And
he's familiar with the members of his family?
Say that again?
Do you think he's familiar with the members of his family?
He's familiar, except, I mean, Trump stans will notice 2 glaring holes in the Trump lineup in that that presidential box with those white pleather sofas. Melania and Ivanka, MIA.
Yeah.
There's a diva drought in Milwaukee.
Is Jared not around? I don't think he is. I think
Jared's not around. I
he's
think
in
they're
the
kind
box.
of pulling back, and she was really his secret weapon, and I don't think she's been mentioned so far.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen or heard of her. I can't remember her. Barely.
Kai Trump might be coming for the gorgeous Trump daughter throne, but she's gonna have to replace that Brandy Melville dress before she does it.
You're completely out of my depths, right? Or I am with you. There's a dress that I'm supposed to have remembered. See, you're always trying to like get me to talk about culture or fashion or anything. I feel like I'm like Lucy with the football. I mean, I'm not, because I've never given you any indication that like I'm going to be able to talk about these things. But you always try.
You know what? I always try, because you, Ben, to you guys might know him as Ben Meets America. To me, that's just my grandpa. That's just Pappy. No.
All right, we're going to take a little break, and we'll be right back with Bari Weiss and Michael Moynihan. And we have a very huge, exciting night in store for you. Susie, why don't you remind our viewers of who we have coming up later this evening?
So coming up at the RNC, we have Tucker Carlson and, of course, Donald Trump. Coming up on the Free Press live stream, we'll have Bari Weiss, Michael Moynihan, Abigail Shrier, Batya Ungar-Sargon, Andrew Yang, Marianne Williamson, Peter Meijer, Olivia Reingold, and I'm sure there'll be surprise other guests. Thanks so much for joining us, and stay tuned for the Free Press live stream live from the RNC at Milwaukee.
Live from Milwaukee, I am Michael Moynihan with the Free Press, and we are here on the fourth and final day of a completely insane RNC. And, you know, I have the great pleasure tonight. This is our second live stream. The last one was so good. You've come back for more. And this time it is even better. We have like the most incredible cast of characters. But right now, you see that on your screen? You see who that is? The lady, the legend, the new mother, my pal, Bari Weiss.
Hi, Michael Moynihan. I'm so excited to be here with you tonight.
I am so excited.
Quite a slow news week and a
Nothing
really chill time to bring our second child into the world, who was born the day that Donald Trump was almost assassinated. So, like the good spouse that I am, I found myself editing stories from the hospital bathroom, sort of crouched on the cold tile. It's been quite a week in the Bowles-Weiss family. And I should say, for fans of TGIF, Nellie Bowles, 5 days after giving birth to our second child, is filing TGIF. And you'll get it in your inboxes at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
That is amazing. I take a flight more than 2 hours and I don't work for 2 weeks. So congratulations, Nellie Bowles, on that. Tonight, Donald Trump is speaking. And this is what we've all been waiting for. And this is his party now. Look, Barry, we've heard this a million times before. It's Donald Trump's party now. But there's something different about it now. And that is what we're going to talk about tonight, among many other things. But before we do that, we like to start with maybe being a little lighthearted because everything is insane right now. I want to play a clip from MSNBC because...
Hey, you know what, Michael? I think Tucker is on, so maybe...
Okay.
Right, and I suspect people want to see that, especially since they saw him, hitting the nicotine tablets. Let's watch Tucker and then talk about the other clips.
Let's watch Tucker, yeah.
Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington where the president is at the top of the pyramid, never wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. It's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true as a fact that you could take, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough cheating, that could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, you know, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really? Not a word about himself, about his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah. Our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. It wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie Tomasco Ruiz.
All right, Michael.
All right. Tucker
Well,
Carlson.
there is the new face of the
Lord.
2024 Republican Party, arguably.
Correct. Yes. What did you think, Barry? I mean, I'll tell you very quickly that I have never seen a speech that was more the opposite of American carnage. I mean, the things I'm writing down here, it's going to be okay. Donald Trump wants to unify. After he was shot, he didn't inflame. Tucker's really pushing this idea that Trump now can be a unifier, that guy that you know in the past. Yeah, he's still him, but right now he wants to bring the country together. I mean, did you get that sense, or am I being overly optimistic?
Well, no, I think the message they're trying to get is the Donald Trump that you've always loved, the fighter figure, you know, who got up, you know, in Butler, Pennsylvania with his fist in the air, the sort of like chi of Trump is there and is stronger than ever. But all of the divisiveness and all of the hyperbole, he's cast that to the side. He's seen the face of God. I mean, the invocations of God and Jesus and really the idea that God sort of spared Donald Trump's life. I have to say, he is the luckiest bastard I've ever seen in my life. And sort of like the light of God is shining here at the RNC. That's been the vibe, not just of Tucker tonight, but I think of the whole convention. And, you know, I'm sure you remember on the first night, you might have even been in the room when he walked out with the bandage over his ear, and it sort of looked like there was something in his eye. And I think it was maybe the closest any of us have ever come to seeing Donald Trump crying.
Robot has emotion. Yeah, that was an amazing moment. Yeah.
But what did you think of the substance of what Tucker was saying?
Look, I mean, there are two things that are clear about this. And one is the unifying message. He's clearly, talking to the RNC, he's talking to Donald Trump. He's probably talking to J.D. Vance, who he says he's friends with, about the message of the speech. And that is that, Donald Trump, be unifying, right? But what also you don't see is Tucker Carlson being divisive. Ever since he left Fox News, and our friend and colleague Eli Lake wrote about this for the Free Press, Tucker has had a bit of a dark turn, things that are very conspiratorial. And he obviously was very, very far from that, telling uplifting stories and who he is as a person. I mean, he played it right. That's the temperature of a convention. So I thought it was a decent speech. It wasn't a barn burner. I mean, that's what you get from Tucker. He's a very good speaker. I take nothing away from him in that. And when I first met Tucker, he was a libertarian. He had a little sinecure at the Cato Institute. And he is saying here, no money for foreign wars, very Cato Institute. But that's the indication. The drugs, we need to get the government involved in, solving some of these domestic and social problems, which was not the Tucker, obviously, of 15 years ago.
I think for people that have not been watching Tucker post Fox, and I have been, tonight will seem like, oh, wow, he's spent the past year or so since he's left chilling in Maine, going fly fishing, getting massages, being in the sauna. He does some of that, is my understanding. But if you watch the red meat that he's offering up on his show, tonight was just a very different vibe from all of that. And not what I was expecting. I will say in general, very different RNC than I had anticipated. I think maybe a different one than any of them had expected. But none of the speeches, I was thinking back to Obama's speech in 2004, and I'm sure you'll remember it, the red states, blue states. There's still lines I can call up from that. There's not a single speech from this convention where there's been one single memorable line, which I think is interesting considering what a successful convention it's felt like.
Absolutely correct. It is a vibes convention, Bari Weiss. We have good vibes. And it's an amazing thing. If Rotten Tomatoes was reviewing conventions, it'd have a 95%, even amongst liberals. I mean, I heard, Ezra Klein, a liberal journalist at the New York Times, saying they've really put this together. He was talking to Tim Alberta, a campaign reporter, said, man, I was there in 2016, 2020. They were messes. This is actually very well done. Put aside what you think about the content and realize that the production is very good. And I'll tell you one thing that I thought was very interesting. I was in Cleveland in 2016. I was on the floor. I was with the Virginia delegation when they were trying to have a floor fight next to Ken Cuccinelli screaming at Donald Trump, and then becomes a kind of partisan of Donald Trump. There were no MAGA hats. There were never Trumpers there. There were no never Trumpers in that arena. And I walked around a lot, and Bari Weiss, you know this too. We know a lot of people in this world. We know a lot of journalists. We know a lot of think tank people. You, I guarantee you, would know very few people inside this building. And the same thing was true of me. And I thought that indicated a very, very significant shift in I talked to other journalists who said the same thing. But, I want to bring in someone here who is a Free Press contributor. And it made me think of Abigail Shrier. And I want to, plug her book, Bad Therapy, Why the Kids Aren't Growing Up. But I thought of a 2020, this is my amazing memory, Abigail, that I thought of a 2022 Free Press article. And I remember the headline. I was like, I got to pull this up quickly. Abigail Shrier in defense of political escalation. We just saw a speech, Abigail Shrier, that was absolutely the opposite of that. That was the king of escalation, Tucker Carlson, bringing it all back. What did you make of the speech?
Well, it's great to be here. It's great to talk to both of you. I think, escalation has its place. I don't think it was a very good speech. Yeah. I think that it tried to, but it did sort of, I think, indicate the two people that go by the term America First. There are essentially two camps, right? You have the Trump first term, which went by America First. It was about putting America's interests first, but it was not isolationist. It was about getting, European countries to pay more for NATO, but it was not. But it was the party of the Abraham Accords too. Right. Then you have the other group that goes by America First, which is a far darker messaging. It is exactly what Tucker said, and I think he represents it. Stepping over the dead bodies of Americans who've been killed by fentanyl to give money to Ukraine. He called it a middle finger in the face of every American. I think Trump has generally, at least the vibe, has been to turn away from that anger, resentment of one camp of this America First group. And honestly, I think that version of America First, the angry $1 to Ukraine is a middle finger in the face of Americans, I think that's a really bad path. And generally, I don't think this convention has been about that.
Abigail, oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, Michael, go ahead.
Well, I'll throw this to both of you because I'm interested in Barry's response to this too. I mean, you see people, or particularly, Tucker Carlson setting the stage for Donald Trump. And we've heard from a lot of leaks and Republican operatives that you're going to see a different Trump, a changed Trump. Do either of you suspect that J.D. Vance, and I know that through the reporting that Doug Burgum was in the mix and it was kind of a late choice, surprised some people, is J.D. Vance going to fulfill that dark role, the dark Brandon, the American carnage role? And Donald Trump, last night, you have his absolutely adorable 17-year-old granddaughter saying he's just like a really sweet granddad. Are we seeing sweet granddad? And J.D. Vance, who's the future of the Republican Party, is going to take that darker American carnage route.
Right. I don't know what he's going to do. I think that J.D. Vance's rhetoric has sometimes been dark, but J.D. Vance has other attributes that I think are really promising for the Republican Party. He's the non-judgmental candidate. He's the guy who came from, the holler of Appalachia, and is very open about his family's history of addiction. I mean, remember back to the Biden debate with Trump that went so badly for Trump back in 2020, when Trump, I think Trump's worst moment was when he attacked Joe Biden for his having a son who was an addict. And Joe Biden's best moment was when he came back and he said, a lot of us have family members struggling with addiction. That's right. Yeah. American families have been through the ringer in the last decade. And to pretend that American families all look like Mitt Romney and Mike Pence, and that we should somehow look down on them if they don't, that's really not who Americans are today. And it seems like the choice of J.D. Vance is putting that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting because, I mean, this started before, he was shot. I mean, it's absolutely, by the way, to just stop and say it is insane to say that the former president was shot like 5 days ago. It's nuts to me that I'm just saying this.
It's nuts. And yet, it's almost a distant memory, given the fact that we're hearing that this weekend Joe Biden's going to drop out of the election. I've never been in a news cycle like this in my entire life. I was speaking to one of our colleagues, Emily Yaffe, today, who Abigail knows well. And she was like, Barry, I'm old. I was alive when JFK was shot. This is crazier.
Yeah.
It just feels absolutely insane.
I think it is crazier. And I think that the moment when I realized that is I was in a room full of people, very mixed crowd, left, right, center, watching the debate. I was going to say the first debate. That's going to be the debate. And the air that came out of the room. And I realized at that point, I had never seen a political moment like that where everyone was baffled, confused, and it went on for an hour. But in that moment, Donald Trump, as you said, Abigail, did not take the opportunity to, as he did before, say, your son's an addict. How did you? I expected him to say, look at this doddering old fool. He doesn't even know where he is. That kind of thing. He didn't take it.
And he didn't inflame the country over it. And he didn't promote conspiracy theory. I think that's a very ugly part, frankly, of, the right, is that the festering conspiracy theory. And just because you've been lied to about COVID, or lied to about masking policies, or lied to by kids' schools, when they gave your daughter a boy's name and have been transing her behind your back, just because you've been lied to doesn't mean every conspiracy theory is correct.
Yeah.
And in general, the conspiracy theory festering all over our politics has been a really, really negative thing. I'm glad that Trump did not focus on that when there was an assassination attempt and what looks like a disaster by the Secret Service.
Yeah. But speaking of conspiracy theories, I think one of the sort of which way is the GOP going to go, isolationist or not, protectionist or not. One of those sort of forks in the road to me is about conspiracy theories. There were people who spoke this week at the GOP, for all of the like God's light is shining on us, unity messaging, sort of turning down the temperature. You had people who traffic in out and out conspiracy theories taking the main stage. One of the things that I think we can draw, like one of the lessons we can draw from the story of the Democratic Party over the past 10 or even 20 years is that the people and the ideas and the ideologies and the worldviews that were dismissed as fringe, it's just campus, it's just radicals, don't worry about it. Well, no, it made its way into the very beating heart of the Democratic Party. How worried are you when you're looking at the future of the GOP about those sort of fringe conspiratorial elements? And what do you take away from their presence sort of in certain parts at center stage at the RNC?
I of course I worry about conspiracy in general. It's very unhealthy. And I think when you say things like, look, there's plenty of reasons to be skeptical about our Ukraine policy. But when you tell Americans that is giving you the middle finger, that's the middle finger to Americans, that's some, really heated rhetoric designed to make people very angry. I mean, really transparently. And I think that's really unhelpful. In other words, it's not a middle finger. You might disagree on policy, but that's a debate we can have. Now, the problem is you've got on the Democratic side, frankly, there's so much abnormality in the politics and policies. You have, DAs that don't want to put people in jail. You have school policies. I just wrote about this for their free press, where the policy for the last 5 years, as I've been reporting on it, of schools, public schools across the country, is to introduce gender identity to children, a new gender identity, encourage them, celebrate them in a new gender identity, give them a new name. You can call kids, a boy's name for a year, and you actively deceive parents. That 2 days ago, that became law in California, that the schools cannot change the policy and cannot notify parents. They can't adopt a policy to notify parents. That is bananas. It's bananas. And that was signed into law by Gavin Newsom, a mainstream member of the Democratic Party.
The headline on the piece, for those who want to go look it up, and maybe we can share it inside the chat somehow. I'm technologically illiterate, but our producers will figure it out. The headline is Abigail Shrier, California's new law lets schools keep secrets from parents. Now, this is the law, if you guys have noticed Elon Musk tweeting over the past few days, that he says for him is the last straw. It's the reason SpaceX and X are going to leave California. He called it a diabolical law meant to sort of insert the state between parents and children. And I guess, Abigail, one of the things that we've been talking a lot about at the Free Press, and I think is in the conversation more generally, is, let's call it the vibe shift that's happened over the past several weeks, but like it's at absolute cyber speed over the past 5 days, in which you've sort of seen this preference cascade. It started with Sean McGuire, former exec at Google, someone who is, sort of in the Elon Musk brat pack of Silicon Valley. Now you have Mark Andreessen, Ben Horowitz, Elon Musk, of course, like after the attempted assassination, all of these people sort of coming out full-throatedly. And, every time I turn around, another person is putting on a white bandage, the equivalent of a white bandage, of what they're doing on Twitter. Like, how do you explain this? Is this something that, people were too scared to say out loud, and the taboo all of a sudden disappeared when they saw Donald Trump raise his fist and say, fight, fight, fight? Or are they having a genuine change of mind? Like, I'm really fascinated in this phenomenon, and I wonder what you make of it.
I think Donald Trump did two very important things. He removed the definition of traditional marriage from the RNC platform, and he eliminated the federal ban on abortion. That's not where most Americans are. It was tactically really smart because it allowed Silicon Valley now to donate to him. But I also think it's strategically smart as well, because it allows the RNC to claim working class voters. So it really was a very smart move. I think it's a move in keeping with where the country is. And I think we're seeing the results of that, where a lot of people are now finally, feeling like they've been very unhappy with the hard left in the Democratic Party. They feel like they're more in line with the Republican Party. And now they're embracing it. I know when I interview moms, they tell me, and these are longstanding Democrats whose kids have been, many of them have been put through a gender transition or a social transition by ideologues in the schools. And these moms have been long saying, I could never vote Republican. Now, when I talk to them, they're saying they're voting Republican.
Abigail Shrier joining us from LA. Buy her book. Everybody else seems to be buying it. Amazon, thousands of reviews for Bad Therapy. Why the kids aren't growing up. Mine isn't either. I'll give you a call, Abigail, and you can tell me why she's not growing up. But she ain't. And we appreciate you stopping by. Read her at the Free Press, too. She is a frequent contributor. Thank you very much, Abigail.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ab.
And Bari, I just wanted to say something quickly. I like to encourage a couple of things. Number one, I want to encourage people to go to listen to Honestly Today, because I was out late last night talking to Black voters, and there is something in that kind of relates to Abigail. They're not so happy about the trans stuff. Very old people that were not happy about that. And I think this is when, elites who talk about this stuff in New York and in my kids' school, et cetera, they're not realizing the kind of downstream effects of that. And not to sound Thomas Friedman, my cab driver was like, man, everyone in my family is like, this is nuts. And he said he was at a barbecue on July 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, this is true. I said, who was there? Black barbecue. Everybody was black. This is quoting him. And he said to me, there were 3 people there that weren't voting for Trump. And I was in the back seat. I said, oh my God, there were 3 people there that were voting for Trump. And he said, no, there were 3 people there who weren't voting for Trump. And I was like, what? 27 people? And he's like, yeah, no, it's in the hood. Like, we're big fans of, he said, the King Donald. So
one of the things that struck me, and maybe the most powerful and memorable speech of the entire convention, was the mother of the vet who was killed. You'll remember her name. I think the first name is Marianne, maybe Marianne Brame. And one thing that stuck out to me from that speech that I think is a theme that is extremely politically potent is the idea that she sort of alluded to, where she said, our community knows what it is to have the judicial system sort of rigged against you. And now so does Donald Trump. And I was like, wow, like whatever you think of Trump, whatever you think of the cases brought against him, that is a really potent political message. I don't know if you heard that reflected in the party you went to last night.
Literally every person, including somebody who was in prison for 21 years for murder, 7 of which were spent in solitary confinement. And he had a shirt on that said ex-cons for Trump.
Oh my God.
And we talked about that. And we talked about, the carceral state, as people like to call it, and what, Donald Trump goes through that, and they persecute him too. It was really fascinating to see. And, look, it's a big shift. It's not everybody. I don't want to make it sound like that, but it's a big shift from what we've seen. All right, we got a couple more guests here. Before we do that, I had something come up on the screen, but I was so excited to talk about what I did last night. And that was the subscribe stuff, thefp.com/subscribe. Go to thefp.com, because if you don't, how do you think we do this?
We don't.
Barry pays for it out of her pocket? No.
Who's going to pay for the white bandages that we all need to be
that on our Trump there too, by the way.
What I'll say is if you go to the Free Press right now, you'll see Abigail's unbelievable piece. You'll also see, and I hope he's joining us later, the founder of Zynga, billionaire Democratic donor Mark Pincus, who maxed out to the Democratic candidate in the past 4 presidential cycles. That means you give like at least $1 million around something like that. Now coming out and saying in an op-ed in the Free Press that he thinks Biden is riskier than Trump. This is what I'm talking about when I'm referring to the vibe shift, like to go from being strongly in Biden's camp, the kind of person that is able to get lunch with the president, to now saying that, not only calling for an open convention, but saying that Biden as a candidate is more dangerous and risky than Trump. Like, what an insane week it has been.
Mark's piece was really interesting. And, we've been talking previously in this live stream about that kind of cleavage in the Republican Party. And we have 2 people here now that can represent a couple of sides of that. And one of them is Oren Cass, who's a chief economist for American Compass and the author of The Once and Future Worker. And alongside Oren Cass, my friend, and I'm not going to favor him because he's my friend, but my friend Peter Meijer, who is a former congressman and was there on January 6th, 3 days after he was sworn in. And he was one of 9 Republicans to vote for impeachment. And he was primaried, and that was funded by Democrats, and he lost in the primary, and then it became a Democratic seat. Welcome to both of you, Oren and Peter. Oren, I wanted to start with you because you had a piece in the FT, I think it was either today or yesterday, recently, and I'm going to read you the headline here and people get a sense of what it is. A new Republican future is emerging, the return of actual conservatism. Oren, what in your estimation is actual conservatism, and why does Donald Trump represent it?
Well, I guess you have to start with what we've had, which is this weird non-conservatism, and it's the famous three-legged stool that Reagan brought to the Republican Party, which of course had the social conservatives, but then outsourced all of the economic policy to the libertarian market fundamentalists, outsourced the foreign policy to the Cold War hawks, who became the neocons, who became the sort of global adventurers. And so we found ourselves in this place by the 2000s where you looked at what the Republican Party stood for, and it was this sort of absolutist, free trade, tax cutting, just, drown government in the bathtub, don't try to help anybody, but do send everybody off to war. And that's certainly not conservative. It's not popular, and it's not wise. And I think what was so striking about JD's speech last night was he didn't really spend a lot of time on the social issues, because that's what's not changing. That's where conservatives are and always have been. What he kept coming back to was this pairing of the national security and the economy, of sending the jobs overseas and sending the kids overseas. And how on both those fronts, these weird appendages that got attached to conservatism are finally being excised, and conservatives are being allowed to actually assert conservative economic policy and assert conservative foreign policy.
Peter, I want to give you a chance to respond to that. Before we do, why don't we take a look at a clip from JD Vance's speech last night? And I was in the hall and saw it up close. Do we have a clip of JD?
We need a leader who's not in the pocket of big business, but answers to the working man, union and non-union alike. A leader who won't sell out to multinational corporations, but will stand up for American companies and American industry. A leader who rejects Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's Green New scam and fights to bring back our great American factories. We need President Donald J. Trump.
All right. I mean, that's pretty much what Oren was saying, Peter. I expect you come from a slightly different perspective on this. Multinationals, big business. I mean, certain elements of this sound a bit like kind of Bernie-like. And, in fact, before you answer, I gotta tell you, reading Ross Douthat's column about JD Vance, when he quotes it and saying, like, kind of like the Bernie bros. I mean, what do you make of this switch in the Republican Party?
I mean, I think the picture that Oren was painting, and granted, I mean, I was elected in 2020, right? So I was a high school young Republican right around the same time that JD was going off into the Marine Corps. The Bush era conservatism, I mean, I think it tilted at a lot of the things that Oren was saying, but he was also expanding Medicare or Medicaid Part D, right? I mean, he was pushing forward a lot of large government policies. And then I think the hypocrisy between the stated objectives, which was, I think maybe a more positive spin than they would say, the limited government, the fiscal conservatism. I mean, that's always been a bumper sticker slogan that, at least in my lifetime, the Republican Party has never lived up to. Now, under Donald Trump, at least the rhetoric is matching the actions a little bit more, but it's also discarding a lot of the ossified, fossil of policy platforms that nobody was really willing to shake off, but that were totally at odds with what the Republican Party actually did when they took power.
I want you to respond to that, Oren, but I want to do one more clip, which I think is kind of indicative of what's happening at this convention. And that is a clip of Sean O'Brien, a man with a very Irish name. So I take responsibility for what he says. Sean O'Brien, fellow Irishman and head of the Teamsters at the RNC.
Travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Working people have no chance of winning this fight. That's why I'm here today. Because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did. Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party.
All right. Oren, the man from Medford, by the way, it's just an amazing accent. So to my people from Boston, that clip is pretty interesting because I see where you're going, and we've seen this trend in the Republican Party for a long time. The Teamsters, is that a little too far for conservatism? Where does it stop when you say we want to be a populist party, we want to be a party of the working class? How much government intervention? I mean, do you lose people at a certain point? You lose conservatives?
No, I don't think so. First, shout out to my brother who also lives in Medford and does not have nearly as good an accent as Sean does. But look, I think what you heard there and what you then heard from JD, what you're seeing increasingly on the right of center is a recognition that it is workers that matter. And I think, Peter and I probably don't disagree on much here. I think, his point that yes, Bush also expanded government, spent irresponsibly. That's certainly true. Republicans have never walked the walk on fiscal discipline. But I think what you saw up through the Bush era, certainly Romney, Ryan as well, was in terms of economic policy broadly, this idea that sort of whatever was good for corporations, whatever helped job creators, whatever, promoted profits, somehow ultimately was going to be good for workers as well. And the reality is that that's just not true. I mean, economics theory doesn't say it's true. Empirically, it hasn't been true. And what you're seeing now with having the Teamsters president speaking, with the way that JD talks about these issues, is a recognition that if you actually want good outcomes for workers, you have to focus on good outcomes for workers. You have to care about workers having equal power in the economy. And organized labor is potentially one element of that. Being very skeptical of Wall Street and the way that investors, frankly, fail to invest in the American economy at this point is part of it. Trade, immigration, it all comes down to the same thing, which is, are you just propping up profits or do you actually care about good outcomes for workers?
How did they do it is a question that comes to mind for me sort of watching this convention, Peter and Oren, right? We heard so much about how the party of the future, the party that was going to dominate American politics for the 21st century was going to be the Democrats, because they were going to be able to form this multi-ethnic, multiracial working class coalition. That coalition is here, and it's the Republicans. So, I used to work at the Wall Street Journal editorial page. My first job in journalism, its slogan is free people, free markets. It was exactly exemplifying what Oren described as sort of the three-legged Reagan stool. I'd never heard that before, but that's exactly what it was. And the whole notion was, right, we lean libertarian. It was sort of fiscally conservative, but socially liberal. And as time went on, I came to see, oh, wow, it's the exact mirror image opposite of where the base of the Republican Party is, which now seems sort of aligned with the leadership, socially conservative and fiscally definitely not free market. So I guess two questions. How did it shift? Is it only Trump, or is there something deeper going on there? And how did they build this coalition among the how did the Democrats miss this tremendous opportunity? Peter, maybe let's start with you.
I mean, I think it wasn't so much they missed the opportunity as they got greedy with the control that they had. I mean, let's remember the past Congress, the Democrats had a 5-seat majority in the House, and it was a 50-50 Senate with Kamala Harris as the tiebreaker. Right. They ushered through trillions of dollars of new debt spending over that period, nothing in a bipartisan way around many of those spending bills. that had a direct increase on the inflation folks were seeing. But the benefit of all that legislation, and this is why it was a victory to them, is they were able to funnel all of that money to their special interest groups, to NGOs, to consultants. I mean, it was a laundering of taxpayer dollars to the folks who had invested in their party and were now seeing the return on that investment. So that was the success. Now, they weren't necessarily interested, they should have been, in that long-term governing, in the long-term majority, in building something durable. But a lot of it was predicated on the assumption that the Republican Party was collapsing, and so they didn't need to restrain themselves. And now, as you were talking about in the prior segment, the Democratic Party is collapsing in real time in spectacular fashion. And somehow the Republican Party is the party that somehow Donald Trump is the candidate running a disciplined, organized, highly professional campaign. Somehow he is viewed as the person who is competent, who is smart, and who is going to do a better job running the country. And you turn around and really it's just the failure of that corporatist mindset that I think has taken over the Democratic Party. So while they are aesthetically maybe showing off the equivalent of a Benetton ad, from that interest and identity group coalition mindset, when it actually comes to the reality, people are starting to wake up because they see the effects of those policies.
Peter Meijer, Oren Cass, thank you both for joining us. Peter, you're homeless now. You don't have a party anymore. Oren, you're ruining everything.
Peter, come to the Free Press. You're always welcome here.
Run on the Free Press ticket.
Oren Cass has won the day. I mean, it's Oren Cass's party now. He won.
Yeah. I'm knocking on the door asking Oren to come in. And, all right. Thank you both. We appreciate you joining us. And we do have a treat for you right now. And I'm very excited about this, by the way.
Me too.
I say I consider him a friend. I love the guy. He's fantastic. He's brilliant. I mean, he wrote one of the most successful political books of all time, Game Change. He is the political genius, Mark Halperin, who is live here in Milwaukee, where I am. And he's kind of breaking some news today. Mark Halperin, what is the crazy news that you broke that now I'm seeing everywhere?
Well, nice to see you both, and thank you for echoing the words of my mother and praising my mother. So, there's been this drumbeat for 3 weeks, and there was a period a few days ago when lots of Democratic sources were saying there's Biden associates don't see a path forward. And now that has come to the point where President Biden doesn't see a path forward. And he's likely to get out of the race as soon as this weekend. I'm told that he will stay as president. The current plan is to not endorse Kamala Harris, to let her go to an open convention and win it there. I'm told that people around her are thinking about and vetting possible running mates. And we'll see if anybody runs against her. I think if she picks a good running mate and acts quickly, given that they're Biden-Harris delegates, I think she may be the nominee without a contested primary, but she will not have what some of my sources call a Kamala coronation with a K, which I think will help her have a better chance to convince people that she's her own person. She's not running as the vice president of Joe Biden. She's running as her own person.
Mark, how does the president get, two questions. How does the president get out of not endorsing Kamala Harris? Because my understanding is that's, the obvious sort of etiquette would demand that he do such a thing. And B, who are your sources telling you are the other names that are being floated if they were to go to an open convention?
So Hill will praise her extensively, but even some of her own supporters who I talked to aren't sure that an endorsement is good for them. The Republicans are going to say this is, a smoke-filled room, taking it away from the voters. Maybe better to not be the candidate of Biden, right? One of her challenges as a candidate, if this goes forward, is to not be a vestige of Joe Biden, to not be part of the administration, which has got a lot of unpopularity to it, but to forge her own path. So I'm not sure an endorsement helps her. And if she's able to get the nomination, whether it's contested or not, probably better for her to show that it's earned it and create more excitement over it, particularly if she's got a strong running mate. I think if this goes the way it's currently conceived by the president, by Nancy Pelosi, by Chuck Schumer, by others, she'll run with a running mate. Will anyone challenge her? I don't think Gavin Newsom will challenge her for a variety of reasons. I don't think Governor Whitmer will. So now you're talking about Governor Pritzker, maybe Governor Shapiro. Not certain that they will. So it could be a contested convention in name only, but just have one ticket that runs. And again, I think for symbolism, that might be the best thing for her.
Mark, we've all been paying very close attention to polling and repeating it ad infinitum of, how Biden is tanking and all these swing states. Not as much attention paid to Kamala Harris's polling. I imagine it'll switch to that now. But for the average listener who's not deep into this stuff and just kind of following it on the front page, what is Harris's polling looking like? Can she actually beat Donald Trump? I mean, you're at the RNC. Everyone you talk to there thinks that this is a cakewalk to a second term for Trump.
Well, I did a two-way tonight on my platform with a bunch of people, including Alex Castellanos, the Republican strategist. He thought if Kamala Harris picked a good running mate and launched well, she'd go ahead in the polls. He didn't think it would sustain, but imagine the jolt of momentum and confidence the Democrats would have if a new ticket led by Kamala Harris actually took the lead. Look, Kamala Harris has flaws, both as a vice president and as a potential presidential candidate. Some of them are the same flaws as Joe Biden has, like the Biden-Harris record on immigration. Some of them are different, but she doesn't have Joe Biden's singular flaws, including the one which has become front and center. 70% of Democrats are not going to say that Kamala Harris shouldn't be the president. That number is the one, more than even inflation, that has caused Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama and others to say can't happen. So she'll bring her flaws to the table. But if you're someone like Nancy Pelosi who believes Joe Biden can't beat Donald Trump, you take a risk that Kamala Harris can. And again, she doesn't start as someone who voters look at and say, way too old, way too infirm to be president.
Mark, what caused the dam to break exactly? Because any of us that watched that catastrophic debate on that Atlanta stage within 5 minutes thought to ourselves, if we didn't already, there is no way in hell this guy is going to be the candidate. There's absolutely no way that he can beat Donald Trump. And maybe he can't even run the country right now. So it's been a few weeks since then. And it seemed like it's been a little bit of a roller coaster. It was like, he's getting out and he's staying in. He's getting out, he's staying in. And the consensus was always, well, as long as Jill Biden is saying he's going to stay in, he's going to stay in. Is she the final, has she caved? What explains, or is it just simply, the drip, drip, drip has become just a gusher? What explains the shift that you're reporting on tonight?
Yes. Yep. So I don't know, Barry, where Jill Biden is on this, although I don't think she'd be opposed to it if Joe Biden was for it. I don't have a definitive answer, but I'm pretty sure I know what a major element, maybe the dominant element was, which is money. Joe Biden could look at every poll, no matter how far he was behind, and say, Michael Dukakis was 17 points ahead of George H.W. Bush in 1988, and Dukakis lost, and that was a lead in the early fall. What he couldn't deny was Jeffrey Katzenberg and a lot of other people on his finance team telling him, we will not have money. The money situation is bad. And the money situation is not, donors are going to not give money to Biden, but they're going to give it to House and Senate candidates. A lot of donors were saying, we're not giving it to anybody on the Democratic side. And Joe Biden is old school. Joe Biden knows you cannot run a campaign without money. And he wasn't going to make up for the lack of money by lots of campaign events because he's not capable of doing lots of campaign events. I think that was, again, if not the factor, if not the dominant factor, a pretty significant factor, which he was working on. I know he made at least one call in the last 2 days to someone very aware of how his money situation and was told the grim reality. And it's been reported, I haven't confirmed it, but I don't doubt it's true, that Jeffrey Katzenberg said it to him face to face in Las Vegas yesterday. There are no more big checks coming. And remember, Donald Trump had already taken the lead in the money race and it was likely to accelerate. I think Elon Musk will give literally as much as necessary to make sure Trump wins. Biden doesn't have anybody like Elon Musk.
Well, Mark Halperin, I know you're busy. You've got the scoop of the night. We're going to be paying attention to see if John Meacham, as you're reporting, is indeed watching that concession speech. Could come, you say, as soon as Sunday night. We'll be paying attention to you and watching your reporting and watching your Twitter. Thank you so much for joining us. Speaking of money.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Well, speaking of money, we want to bring in a major donor to Joe Biden's candidacy. This is Mark Pincus, the founder of Zynga. If you know Farmville, Zynga. Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hi.
Okay, so
Mark Pincus, who is joining us, is a guy who has maxed out to the Democratic candidate in the last 4 campaign cycles. In other words, he's given something like $1 million. But he has a piece up in the Free Press as a few hours ago that runs under this headline: Biden is even riskier than Trump. Mark, what changed? What caused this change of heart for you? Someone who has donated to Biden, who has had lunch, as you write in the piece, 7 months ago with Biden, felt like he could stand up to Trump, felt like he could beat Trump. Obviously, you've had a radical change of heart. What explains it?
Well, I tried to lay it out in the piece, probably better than I can live extemporaneously, but I just think we've seen a bunch of the pillars that led to us supporting Biden, or seeing, I don't want to compete with Hulk Hogan here. Is that Hulk Hogan?
Yes, it is Hulk Hogan. Yes.
Okay, should we watch Hulk Hogan and then we'll watch it together and then we'll come back to you, Mark?
You want to watch Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Okay, let's watch and then we'll come back to you.
Hulk Hogan, okay?
Yep.
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites.
I like the sunglasses on his head.
Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild,
what does that
America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said,
guys, this is the real power of Peter Thiel.
Yeah, this is the real power of Peter Thiel, yeah.
Like the anti-Peter Thiel.
The Docker Destroyer.
Wow.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Oh, dear.
This is
unbelievable TV. Kill the next president of the United States.
Lord.
Wow.
Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Wow.
And then we can go out from that. Good Lord. Mary Weiss, you said to me when we started this stream that this is the craziest week in politics.
We will be ripping off our shirts by the end of the night. So guys, stay tuned.
Mark, please rip off your shirt at any time.
I don't want to rip it.
You would enjoy it.
I'm going to just unbutton it.
Mark, you can afford a new one. Okay, rip it. Okay, so I don't know how they're going to top that. Best thing I've seen so far at the RNC. Okay, but Mark, let's go back to you. So
where were we?
Here's where we were before Hulk Hogan did the incredible and ripped off his shirt at the RNC. We were asking you what caused the change of heart. Was like, what was the moment that you were like, you went from because maybe you were at a during the night of the debate to where you are today in publishing this op-ed?
It started with the debate, and then it's just been kind of steadily increasing ever since. And it's been a queasiness by just watching how he's doing live and then listening to everyone around him kind of making up, and Obama saying it was a bad night and people saying he was tired and then saying, well, he does better between 10 and 4. And it was like this slope that we were all going down together. And then one day you wake up and you're like, oh, the only thing we talk about, we watch him on Stephanopoulos, you're like kind of on the edge of your seat, just wondering if he's going to do okay and answer the questions or lose the thread. So there's that side of it that just, to me, and I don't want to sound mean about it, I just think that we were seeing somebody that seems that wasn't able to perform any longer. And then the other side of it was, in the last 6 months, there's just some strange moves, and I'm not following this as closely as you guys, although the last week I'd say I'm on Twitter like every minute, which I kind of shouted out to Elon that maybe Twitter, this weekend we saw Twitter kind of become the new CNN, because we're on Twitter, and a CNN reporter shot back, well, you looked, the original footage from the assassination was put up by CNN. I'm like, but we saw it on Twitter, not on CNN. So,
Mark, one of the knocks.
but what I was going to say, Barry, is the second thing that I've seen is I've seen them move and flip-flop in weird ways on the administration's policies. And in 6 months, it seems to me like they're flip-flopping on Israel. And then in the last week, just some very strange, and to me, very strange and extreme announcements on economic policy that almost, and it's a black box, but it looks from Twitter and just watching like there's a committee running things and there's a different person whose voice is coming out each time.
Mark, one of the knocks against a lot of the people around the president is that they knew and they lied. In other words, his advisors knew, major donors knew, and they were sort of telling a noble lie on behalf of the president because they truly believed, let's give them the benefit of the doubt in their heart of hearts, that he was the only person that could defeat Donald Trump and therefore save democracy. You're someone who has had like pretty private interactions with the president. You talk about having lunch with him 7 months ago. Is the person that you had lunch with 7 months ago the person that we saw on the debate stage?
No, I mean, not, look, and I have no horse in this race. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I just want to see the best leader and the best platform. And so I don't really have any reason to lie or spin any of this. And I was in a small lunch with him and Jeffrey Katzenberg in December, and I walked away saying, wow, he was really engaged. He was unscripted. It was 2 hours, and I thought he was dynamic and great. And I walked out saying, okay, like he can win this race and continue kind of the same platform he's been on for 4 more years. I mean, that's what I saw. Now, who knows? It's a black box. I mean, I don't have any idea what's actually going on there, and I have no insight. And I think even the interview that Ben Horowitz put up, he said, the amount of interactions between this administration and Silicon Valley is extremely low. So, I don't think any of us have insights.
Mark, one thing that I've been wondering since we worked on this piece together, is there anything that Donald Trump and the Trump campaign could do to get you to actually pull the lever for him in November?
I don't know. There's definitely been a few different pings and people reaching out to me.
Really? Since the piece?
Yeah, in the piece for sure. And the problem is for me is this. I like a lot of the platform that I'm hearing from the RNC. It sounds more mainstream to me. It sounds good. It even looks like Trump has kind of watered down or made some of the language a little more vague around same-sex marriage or abortion. So that all sounds good, but I just don't know how, what I wrote in the piece, it's a gamble because I just don't know how you can trust what you're going to get in the future. And you're kind of just trying to read the tea leaves. And the one thing I'll say for me with the Democratic Party, even though I extremely disagree on some fronts, especially the far left, they're fairly consistent. Biden was very consistent. So that's why, my hope was, well, maybe we get an open convention and somebody else steps up and has a more mainstream platform.
And you favor an open convention, not the coronation of Kamala Harris, if Joe Biden does indeed step aside in the next few days.
For sure. I think it makes better TV. Like, how are you going to compete with Hulk Hogan? We were on this like boring death march that everyone just was resolved to. I'm sorry, we still are. Sorry to say death march. It sounds bad.
No, it's okay. Yeah, we know it.
Okay, but it was boring, and there's no way I was going to tune in. Were you going to tune into the DNC and listen? A bunch of boring. But I would love it if we don't know. I would love it if there's a bunch of people. I heard you before. Someone just on was talking about who might be in it. It would be so much better and spicier if we got some people you didn't expect, in the mix, and we heard a lot of different ideas. It would be more dramatic, and who knows what comes out of it? I mean, the more that it's up in there and we don't know, I think the more talked about it's going to be and the more exciting the convention will be, which will get more attention.
Mark Pincus, and you heard it here in this live stream, he's considering it. I mean, he's not totally against it.
His vote's up for grabs, guys. Mark Pincus, the consummate independent.
Rip a shirt off in front of him and you might get his vote. Mark, go read Mark's piece over the Free Press, and I assume that Mark is now a columnist. Is that true? Do we know
That's
that?
right. That's right. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. We'll be looking for his commentary on.
It was my debut.
It was his debut. Let's see what comes
And
next.
Barry,
Could be a
we can also acknowledge it's embarrassing how many days we worked on that piece, because we were ready to put it out last Friday and the news has changed so much every day.
But also, Mark Pincus, you have changed so much in the past 5 days. Every time I look at Twitter, you're moving more to the right. Who knows what I'm going to see in the next?
More to the right. I would say that I'm trying to defend the center. I'm saying, wait a second. And we kind of wake up out of a fog and say, wait a second. Did he just say he wants price controls? Like, is this Venezuela?
Rent controls, corporate rent
Right. Grocer. Exactly.
What? I'm like, what you just said, like the economy is the strongest it's ever been. You've tamed inflation. And now you're talking about price controls. I mean, that was one of the things that just really freaked me out.
You also mentioned we had Abigail Shrier on. You mentioned in a conversation Gavin Newsom's latest law. I mean, there's a lot of things that have sort of turned you off.
Yeah, and it just reminds us, like, hey, we're not just, most of us are not card-carrying members of one party or the other. And that's, I think you've reported that people voted for Obama and then Trump. And I think I'm not the only one up for grabs. I think a lot of the electorate is more up for grabs than anyone realizes. And just since we put that piece out, I've had so many people text me and tweet and say, thank you for saying what I'm feeling. And it's nuanced, it's tough and believe me, I have some friends on Threads who are upset with me about that piece because they're just like, Biden.
That's the first phrase I've heard. That's the first time I've heard friends on Threads. Mark, get on X. That's where everything's happening.
This is text threads.
Text threads.
Okay, text threads. Fine.
I am a diehard X user, so you're not going to see me on Threads.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. For those who haven't read his piece, go over to the Free Press. The headline of that piece is Biden is even riskier than Trump, and become a subscriber at thefp.com. And now, Michael, I'm handing it to you.
Thank you, Mark. He's defending the center, by the way, which is really annoying. You know why? Because I was going to go out, Barry, by saying thank you to MAGA Mark Pincus, but it didn't happen. I can't do it because he's defending the center. Absolutely fascinating and interesting. Look, the stream last, was it Tuesday? I can't remember Tuesdays, but it feels like
Monday. You streamed on Monday.
Is that Monday? What it was? Oh my God. We had a guest on who is a favorite of ours, who's a favorite of the Free Press, despite the fact that, personally, every time I see her, I introduce her, I interview her, I debate with her, I make fun of her.
You call her a communist.
I do. So, from MAGA Mark to call me Batya, my friend, our friend, Batya Ungar-Sargon, who's outside. Where are you? You look like you're at a Formula One car thing. Good Lord. Hi, Batya.
That lanyard could not be bigger, Batya.
Comic lanyard.
It's very funny because the whole thing has been incredibly well run. I was very surprised by that. It's like a well-oiled machine, and my understanding is that the Trump campaign has not always been like that in previous years, but this time around it's really been very, very professionally pulled off.
Batya, I was thinking of you last night because I was in the hall and JD Vance was reading a speech that I think that you wrote for him. I'm not entirely sure, but that was the siren call to Batya Ungar-Sargon. What did you make of the speech? Well, I was kind of cringing in moments. I knew you were getting, flush and getting excited.
It was incredible. The transformation of the GOP from the party of foreign wars, free trade, the Chamber of Commerce, the Country Club, and social conservatism is complete. It is now the party of socially moderate people, no more foreign wars, no more free trade, and supporting workers. It is now the pro-worker, anti-war party in America, and J.D. Vance, both as the pick and in his speech, really laid that out.
Yeah, but we had a conversation about this on Monday, a piece that you wrote, saying, hey, and it was for the Free Press, by the way, don't kick Joe Biden off the ticket. It's a coup. It's a soft coup. It's like being in Venezuela. And guess what? The coup, according to our previous guest, Mark Halperin, is happening this weekend, and Joe Biden is going bye-bye. What do you make of that now after that piece?
Definitely the pressure of the coup is back on. I don't know if it's going to happen, but here's the thing, okay? It is both 100% the case that Joe Biden cannot defeat Donald Trump and probably should not be president right now, and the case that the Democrats made their bed, they lied to the American people about this for 4 years, and now they have to lie in it. You can't just appoint a new person when you realize that your guy is losing. It is absolutely ludicrous because they got found out that they were masking the situation and hiding the truth from the American people. So I stand by what I said. I still feel that way. I don't think that it contradicts that Joe Biden is totally incapable of being president right now.
Batya, how bullish are you sort of being at the RNC? I saw you say in a news hit somewhere that it felt like an almost like spiritual revival. I wanted you to expand on that. And also there's people who are, watching this and watching the betting markets and sort of the state of the Democratic Party, which just is in shambles right now. Who knows where they'll end up by August 19th in Chicago. But right now it seems like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are poised to pull off like a landslide. How does it feel to you? And who could the Democrats put up? Let's assume Biden does get out of the race, as you call it, a coup. Let's assume the coup happens. Is there anyone on the Democratic bench that you think has a chance of beating Trump?
I think that anybody who wants a political future should decline the offer to run only in order to lose against Donald Trump. It's not a very nice thing to do to a rising star. Probably it should be Kamala for Democratic purposes because at least she, was on the ticket that voters voted for. In terms of how it feels here, it feels like a religious revival. I think the fact that Donald Trump's head was almost blown to smithereens on national television, we were almost mourning at a funeral, and instead we are here celebrating him. That is the feeling that people have, that close call, and the feeling that he's really been touched by God, the feeling that he represents more than just a political party now. And beyond that, there's this, it feels very spiritual in that it feels like even Democrats have had kind of the scales fallen from their eyes, that there's a kind of national evolution happening very rapidly in how the nation thinks of Donald Trump. The taboo around supporting Trump disappeared basically overnight. People are coming out of the woodwork to say that they support him. And I think that there's a real relief that comes with the end of gaslighting. You feel like this almost epidural sense of relief. It is unbearable to be lied to and then told that you're making it up. And I think that a lot of the people here who are sort of OG Trump supporters feel like, well, we supported him before it was cool, right? We knew he was a badass before the rest of the nation figured that out. And there's a kind of smug triumphalism to that as well.
That's the kind of punk rock aspect to it. I know this band and you don't, and now you're buying this band? No, that's not cool.
And yet, like, the ghost ship sort of continues to sail on. I wanted to pull a clip to have you respond to, Batya, from MSNBC just last night.
Question that I have on that. These two men are both elderly. Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention is being conveyed in the media world as a sign of strength. This current president of the United States is 81 years old and has COVID. Should he be fine in a couple of days, doesn't that convey exactly the same thing? That he's strong enough, older than Trump, to have gotten something that used to really be fatal to people his age. So if he does fine out of it and comes back and is able to do rallies, isn't that exactly the same?
Isn't it exactly the same, Batya? No, not like kind of. It's exactly the same to get COVID. I got COVID recently, and it was just like being shot in the head.
Wasn't it just like dodging a bullet?
You guys, they are so unbelievably butthurt that the American people can see the truth unmediated through their blinkers and their interpretation and their lies. The liberal media is literally trying to suppress the picture of Donald Trump standing up after getting shot because they cannot stand the loss in esteem and the loss of control and the loss of power. And it really makes you go back and reread the entire Trump era differently. Everything we were told about him, it turns out to have been a lie. This is what people have been saying to me, like black Uber drivers and people in the service industry in Milwaukee and all of the people I'm still in touch with from reporting my book, Second Class. Like everything we were told about him was a lie. And who told them that? It was the media. And of course, you know, the Democrats, right, it's their job to like, you know, inflate the threat that he poses, whatever. But it's not the media's job to help them do that. It is the media's job to put to stamp that, to be objective, to give us a sense of what are the real options, not to carry on the myths of one side because it's in their interest. And that's what's happened. This moment is a media story as much as it is a political story.
Batya, we have one more clip because Donald Trump's not up yet, and I really want to play it for you because the previous one, which wasn't as crazy but was still very crazy. And by the way, no one noticed that the conspiracy theory at the beginning of that clip, like he had 8 seconds to take a photo. It's like, wait, what? Did you just say that that was staged when he just got shot? Okay, Joy Reid. But this one, because you got so exercised about it, we want to have another one for you. And this one is even crazier. And this is Alex Wagner on MSNBC responding to J.D. Vance.
Where his 7 or 6 generations of his family are buried. And his hope is that his wife and he are eventually laid to rest there and their kids follow them. And I sort of understand the idea of sharing the burial plot, but it also it reveals someone who believes that the history that the family should inherit, and indeed the history that should be determinative in the story of the Vance family, is the history of the Eastern Kentucky Vances, and not the Vances from San Diego, which is where his wife is from and where her Indian parents are from. But in America, it doesn't always have to be the white male lineage that trumps that defines the family history, that branch of the tree supersedes all else. And I just think the construction of this notion reveals a lot about someone who fundamentally believes in the supremacy of whiteness and masculinity. And it's couched in a sort of halcyon, revisitation of his roots, but it is actually really revealing about what he thinks matters and who America is. And that America is a place for people with
Batya, I want you to respond to that, but what the fuck? I'm sorry, this is a live stream. I want to swear. What the fuck is she talking about?
I feel like I'm in a comp lit seminar freshman year, and I'm having to Google what halcyon means. But Batya, we need you to respond to that.
Yeah, that's
you guys didn't know that only white people have families and only white people love the land, right? Of course, that is the point here, right? To love the land is racist if you have one of these, multiple degrees and you have, no allegiance to any nation. You're part of this sort of cosmopolitan elite, right? Like, of course, to them, the idea that you would be attached to land is a foreign concept, and they have no way of interpreting it except as white supremacy. It's both so ignorant, but also, guys, these are the dying gasps of an industry that has failed, that has completely failed. I mean, everybody can see it now. In 2020, no one would be making fun of this. Everybody would be like, oh yeah, gosh, I didn't realize that. Yes, having a family plot of land is white supremacy, right? And now it's just being widely mocked as totally ridiculous. The days in which feeling proud to be an American is considered a racist act are over. The days in which nationalism is white nationalism are over. We are in a new era. Welcome to the new America, guys.
Batya Ungar-Sargon.
I salute you.
From the RNC, giving a stirring speech with the stick mic.
Michael, welcome to the new America. This girl is hopped up. Give Joe Biden what some of Batya Ungar-Sargon is smoking, baby.
I know. 40 milligrams of Adderall and a stick mic, and we have a television show, Batya. Thank you so much. You're our favorite. It's funny. It's a good transition there because Batya says, we can love our countries. And I saw a tweet today that kind of surprised me. And the tweet was, there's a genius to the Republican convention that Democrats shouldn't criticize. We should learn from it. They're giving their audience permission to love this country. And that comes from another liberal, not a MAGA liberal. So we're going to bring another liberal on. The great Marianne Williamson, who has written 75,000 books. And by the way, I went to look and see how it was 75,000 or 85,000 on her Wikipedia page. And it says perennial political candidate, Marianne Williamson. Marianne, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I feel like
We're
I'm
so
coming
excited
a
to see you.
Thank you.
I should say, in addition to the 75 or 85,000 books, she's also just a total mensch and an amazing hang. So I'm really happy to see you, Marianne.
That's what I hear. I've heard this from multiple people, but we've never hung Marianne. So, what do you make of it? You're looking at this convention, you're a liberal, you're a Democrat, you challenge Joe Biden, and you see this and you say, hey guys, take a note from this, not on content necessarily, but take a note from the RNC. When you're watching this, what are you taking away from it?
Well, first of all, I do think the most interesting aspect of the convention is what's going on off stage, not on stage. And off stage, as other people here have already mentioned, there's a spirit. There's something beautiful. And I think that there is the fact that people have been made to feel that they can love their country. I think we're all hardwired, actually, for love of something that's larger tribe. I think that a lot of people in the United States over the last few years, it's like we've had these two distinct categories. One is people who only want to talk about what America has done right, but they have no listening for the serious shadows that we need to look at in terms of our history and in terms of our national consciousness. But then there's the other side, which is equally unbalanced. And that's people who only want to talk about what we've done wrong and never want to talk about what we've done right. And they miss the plot. They don't get that the real story of America is the struggle between the two, that every generation lives out to some extent. So I think it's beautiful that people feel hope, that people feel connected, and something's going on off stage. My problem is that it's all based on a con. I'm sorry. There's that, and then there's the Republican National Platform. And if you look at the platform for the Republicans in 2024, there's nothing feel good there. There's nothing let's all love each other there. As a matter of fact, there's some, I think, very dark and dangerous things there. But that's Donald Trump. He's a salesman. He's a phenomenal salesman. And that's what I think we have to remember. There's something much bigger going on than just the performative drama of the convention. And that's issues and principles and values that are actually expressed through those policies.
And Marianne, you say there's a sort of lightness and something kind of, a little spiritual in a way in this RNC, but obviously not the content of the platform, which I recommend people read. It is the grammatical errors are just astonishing. They've taken on Trump's capitalization by the random capitalization all through the platform. But Marianne, you made news. I can't remember what year it was, maybe 2000.
It was 20. I think it was 2020. It was the most indelible thing that was said in the entire race.
Correct. In that, we're going to play a clip of this. I mean, rather than me reading it, but you're talking about lightness. You were talking about darkness before. And I'm going to play that clip and get you to respond to it 4 years later.
Have communities, particularly communities of color and disadvantaged communities all over this country who are suffering from environmental injustice. I assure you, I lived in Grosse Pointe. What happened in Flint would not have happened in Grosse Pointe. This is part of the dark underbelly of American society. The racism, the bigotry, and the entire conversation that we're having here tonight, if you think any of this wonkiness is going to deal with this dark psychic force of the collectivized hatred that this president is bringing up in this country, then I'm afraid that the Democrats are going to see some very dark days. We need to say it like it is. It's bigger than Flint. It's all over this country. It's particularly people of color. It's particularly people who do not have the money to fight back. And if the Democrats don't start saying it, then why would those people feel that they're there for us? And if those people don't feel it, they won't vote for us, and Donald Trump will win.
I mean, preach, Marianne Williamson. So here's the thing, right? You talked in that clip and you were made fun of for it. And yet I think that in a way it was undeniable that there was sort of like a dark force boiling, maybe still boiling underneath American life. And you blame in that clip Donald Trump for sort of conjuring up that force. And yet that force, in the form of a 20-year-old assassin came for him on Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. I wanted you to sort of react to that almost assassination and, what you make of it, what it says about where we are as a political culture.
It was a terrible thing. But can we talk about the fact that 9 children in the United States are shot and killed by gun violence every single day? This man, if he had shot up a school, we would call it, well, this is what happens. These young white guys are out there shooting up schools and stuff. So this idea that it's something so different in America, the real story is that it is common in America. And I also think there's a story here about the fact that we pay so much money and have such assumptions about the security apparatus of the Secret Service and the fact that something went terribly, terribly wrong. But the fact that there was violence in America and that somebody got shot, and we're going to call this a day that changes our history. No, this speaks right there to an aspect of the shadow of American consciousness, which is our complacency in front of gun violence. This was not some odd event. This was an event, unfortunately, that happens fairly often, and we need to look at what's going on, that so many of our citizens are turning to this. I want to remind you that at the Republican convention this week, they are giving out AR-15s. So I'm sorry, I can't look at this outside the larger context of the glorification of guns, the glorification of violence in our society. And I find it very convenient how some people will engineer the narrative to make it about one aspect, which is an important aspect. Obviously, we must, in the most forceful way possible, condemn any kind of political violence. But why aren't we, in the most forceful way possible, condemning all violence? We don't, because of all the money made by gun manufacturers and so forth.
Marianne, you're a Democrat. You've run for president now twice. And you have been sort of banging the drum about corruption in the DNC for years now on the national stage. And a lot of people didn't listen to you. Well, now I think your criticism is obvious for the whole world to see. It became extraordinarily obvious during that catastrophic debate. Now we're hearing reports. Mark Halperin was on the show earlier tonight, but there's reports sort of every second coming out of places like Axios and Politico. Schumer has confronted Biden. Pelosi has confronted Biden. Obama has reportedly confronted Biden, and it seems like he actually might finally drop out. A, do you think that's going to happen, and if so, when? And B, what do you think the next best step is for your party?
It does seem, Mark Halperin is an example, but other theoretically trustworthy sources as well have said that it is going to happen within the next few days. So it seems to me that now it is. He said he would have to be hit over the head by the divine. It seems like the voice of Nancy Pelosi in this case is the voice of the divine. But, you know, for me, as someone who went through a very corrupt experience over the last year and a half, the way the DNC had decided it was Joe Biden and then so almost in some cases viciously suppressed other candidates. If we had had a robust primary, if the president had to actually take on his opponents, myself, Dean Phillips, whomever else, then the American people would have sorted this out for themselves. That's number one. I think what's important now for me as a candidate, but I think also for me as an American, it was not a democratic process to this point, and it must be a democratic process now. We must open this thing up. And when we say open this up, that doesn't mean just shoehorning in Kamala or anyone else. I think your guest, Mark Pincus, made a very good point. If we want the American people to even want to see the DNC convention, if the American people are going to have, I mean, we have to match the energy and yes, the excitement that people feel about that RNC convention. And let me tell you something, Donald Trump has broken the mold. And the only way we're going to defeat him is if we break the mold too. So none of this same old, none of this, we will decide who it is. No, this has to be opened up. And when Mark Pincus was saying, I think we should have some people who aren't the same old, I was thinking, well, I'll be there. And that's exactly what we should have. This is the United States of America. We're a democracy. It should be messy. And it should be creatively chaotic. And I hope that that's what we'll get to, because we have to do in the next 2 months what we should have been doing in the last year and a half. And that's having a robust, meaningful, powerful conversation about where America needs to go in the next 4 years.
Marianne, before we let you go, I didn't get an AR-15 at the RNC. I think there was a raffle or something, but just one final thing. I mean, you're talking about Mark Pincus, and the interesting thing about Mark was I thought, you know, he had a fundraiser for Kamala Harris in 2016, and I just thought he was going to say, well, yeah, he's too old. You know, Kamala Harris should be anointed and everything will be fine. But he said he had some things about the Democratic platform, about the direction of the party that he's kind of been uncomfortable with. I mean, the Republican I mean, you're praising this and saying they're doing a great job at it. Every time somebody comes on stage, this is the new party. We have changed. Is there anything in the Democratic establishment, anything in your head that is changed over the years and thought like, the Democrats are really out to lunch on this issue? And I think that we need to either move to the center or move to the left, whatever direction it might be.
Well, first of all, when Batya said before that the Republican Party has changed so much, could we be real here? This is exactly what I was saying. What they're saying on stage, and then you actually look at their platform, I don't see any changes here at all. You've got, Sean O'Brien from the Teamsters was there, worker. Meanwhile, if you actually look at the platform, nobody wants to vote for the PRO Act. Nobody wants to fund in any robust way the National Labor Relations Board, et cetera. So that's a performative issue going on here. Yeah, we're pro-worker. You know what? They're pro-worker. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the Democratic Party, when they talked about the far left, right? They're talking about the far left. They were talking about things that are a fringe that kind of I'm turned off by too, that a lot of people are turned off by. But a lot of those people have no interest in the Democratic Party. Those people are voting for Jill Stein. Those people are voting for Cornel West. Those people are over the corporatocracy. So once again, it's a false alignment. My problem with the Democratic Party is that it has abandoned its traditional principle, its spine of unabashed advocacy for the working people of the United States. Both parties have abandoned the working people of the United States. So the MAGA party can say that, we changed. I don't really see it in terms of policy, although I do see it in terms of performance. And the Democrats better get back to it really quickly, or we will have no chance of winning in November.
Marianne Williamson, I presume we don't agree on a ton, but I gotta say, you are right that you got to watch what they do and not what they say. Republicans have been free market, small government for a long time, and they've never actually acted that way. So, Marianne, see, I try to end consensus. I'm trying to agree with you at the end.
Marianne, that's the fun of it all.
Marianne, do you want to plug your Substack?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying, do you want to plug your Substack or one of your 75,000 books?
Yes, my Substack, absolutely. And also Marianne 2024. Let me plug that as well.
She's still going. She's still going. Marianne Williamson, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you both for having me.
And we'll see you soon. See, that's what you get here in the Free Press. You get
Marianne Williamson. You get Batya Ungar-Sargon. You get Oren Cass. Where else are you going to find this panoply, this cornucopia?
He says it's true conservatism, but I'm trying to be the neutral arbiter.
We got libertarians. We have right-wing communists or whatever Batya is.
Yeah,
what is Batya?
I think she's a left-wing conservative or a right-wing Maoist. I don't know how she identifies at this point, but she is MAGA at the end of the day. Batya's very, very MAGA.
She's just the best.
It's like, look, by the way, if you want to make a career in politics, you want to make a career in punditry and TV, have the charm of Batya Ungar-Sargon, because everything she says, I'm like, no, that's wrong. And I don't push back because I like her too much. So scream at your TV, at your laptop. But, thank you guys for tuning in. But you have to go over and subscribe at the freepress.com, the FP.com, more specifically. Go there and subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. It's like 3 cents a month or so. I can't remember.
It's $8 a month.
That's nothing.
Or $80 a year. It literally is nothing. And by the way, I'm just somehow noticing the Donald Trump booking photo behind you, which is amazing. And Ronald Reagan. I love it. I love whoever set that up.
I it on my arm this morning.
Is there also a bobblehead with a band? What is going on your desk?
A bobblehead with the bandage. That's what we do here. We're not
That's incredible.
Anyone, but there's a lot of this stuff at the convention. A lot of people making money. I sounded like Donald Trump there. A lot of people making money. We bought one of these for our table, but you should go buy a subscription to the Free Press. And by the way, it's like we used to do a long time ago in the 80s. For the price of a cup of coffee was always the thing when they would sort of donate. I had a cup of coffee today. It was a venti, and it was like $8. You know how much?
There you go. Think about what you get for $8 at the Free Press. You get Abigail Shrier. You get Michael Moynihan. You get Susie Weiss. You get Ben Kowaler. You get Olivia Reingold. You get Peter Savodnik, who I hope we're hearing from soon, because I think that they're maybe on the floor.
Are they on
about
the floor?
to hear Donald Trump?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And by the way, to that, I think Barry, it's almost too much. I think he almost get too much.
Do you? It's a gusher right now. I mean, the problem is it's like we're manic because I'm high from this news.
It's wild. It is.
I've never like can you remember a week like this week?
I was trying to think if there was something like kind of similar, and I can't even get something that's even half of what it's been. Not only even this week, it's just this election has been so bizarre. Everyone says it's the most important election of your lifetime. That is literally, everyone who's watching this knows, you hear it every election. But this, I don't think necessarily the most important of our lifetime, or even the most consequential, perhaps, but it is certainly the most interesting. And that is undeniably true. I mean, there is a soap opera quality to it. And I have compared what MAGA conservatism has done to the Republican Party to professional wrestling. Donald Trump is, and I think in the Wrestling Hall of Fame, for some unknown reason. And Hulk Hogan, can we remember this? Hulk Hogan was just on stage ripping his shirt off and screaming as if he was at a wrestling match. Bari Weiss, it's all gone crazy.
I cannot wait to see what the DNC brings, just aesthetically. Do you know what I mean? Because you know that they have like every producer, every director, every mixer in Hollywood making the most sort of like incredible montages of Kamala Harris with her sweeping hair and Joe Biden. And yet, like, I don't think there's been aesthetically, this thing is a mess.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just an absolute mess.
And I'll tell you what, like we are going to, and by the way, this is a tip for all of you people who are obviously enjoying our coverage. We will be in Chicago too. We'll be doing something similar to this in Chicago too. But I mean, in Chicago, a lot of people have been, is the action going to be outside?
For the outside action, we have doubled our insurance as a company and gotten you all bulletproof vests, is my understanding. Because we're not expecting a chill Chicago in August.
No,
we're expecting. Oh my God! Sorry.
Melania.
The woman. There's more conspiracies about the woman who is currently walking out in a red suit. Are they married? Are they not married? She is having an affair with a security guard. She is not. Well, here she is, and I suspect that people are going to want to hear from her.
Yeah,
so
we'll cut to her, and I'll tell you why. Because she released a statement after the shooting, and it was a really good one, by the way. I don't know who wrote that or who helped her write it, but it was like a pretty great statement. And I, as people who have been longtime listeners of my podcast now, I am a fan of the First Lady.
I mean, aesthetically or otherwise, Michael?
In every way, Bari Weiss. She's the American dream. And she's a very good-looking American dream. Is she talking, or is she just going to wave?
Oh, I don't think she's. Okay. I thought she was going on stage. She's going and sitting with JD Vance and Usha, his quite unbelievable wife, I should say.
Absolutely astonishing. And I was very close to the stage when that happened last night, and I felt so bad for her because she looked so nervous. Because obviously, it's a very nervy. I mean, this is not a woman who's in public life, and the entire globe is watching you. And she did a great job. I thought she did a great job. She didn't mention Donald Trump once, by the way. No,
I thought she was nervous at first. I thought she did an excellent job. I mean, this is a woman who has 3 children, a partner at a law firm, clerked for Roberts, and I think also maybe Brett Kavanaugh. But here's like the montage that this is what the Republicans can make. So maybe let's go to the sound on the stage.
Sure, the sound of this, yeah.
A story about giving back to the people in his beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen with him. Politicians sought his approval. And New Yorkers just loved him.
Okay, that was Roy Cohn in that picture.
I think this is hilarious. It's Roy Cohn and Michael Jackson.
Saving the woman's skating rink.
Paragons of family values.
The skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was the toast of the town.
Got Al
But he was
Sharpton.
also something even more important.
A lot of people to admire in
Patriotic
this.
American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
But who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show.
Amazing.
But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts, largest in America's history, and it led to higher take-home pay for working families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built.
But not
ISIS
completely.
and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security.
Oh, wow.
Leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in. Brutal migrant crime spreading across America. And ISIS now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace, and our troops
It's starting to
safe.
feel a little dictatorial for my taste, Michael.
It's a little bit for me too. I mean, Lord.
Our enemies
Oh, here we.
smelled
Oh, geez. So there we go.
We were going to cut away from
and
this.
set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine.
Are these simulation? What are we
Hamas saw
looking
it,
at?
Then started a war
Jesus.
in the Middle East.
I believe that was like a Hezbollah flag with Biden wearing a mask.
I'm not entirely sure what that was.
It was an intern having a lot of fun.
We've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic.
Yeah, I suppose we're going to go away from this one now. I mean, you guys get the idea. I mean, this is a
The
classic.
great man. It's the great man.
It's sort of an AI-generated video of the great man. But the voiceover, by the way, I don't know who approved that. Little throaty for my taste. A little
Sounded like Nelly.
Good Lord in heaven. Yeah, I see, Barry, it's interesting that, he brings up Russia and says, this has been the line. Putin wouldn't have done that on my watch. That is
believe
the
that?
foreign policy. No, I don't. I mean, look, the record is 2014 happens, right? And that's not under a Republican's watch. I mean, that's on Obama's watch. And then this happens under Joe Biden, and Donald Trump's calculation here is that Democrats show weakness, and our adversaries take advantage of it. Democrats' response to that, particularly in the media, is that, well, you're on their side. You're in their pocket. You're being paid for. And I don't think the American people actually believe that anymore. There was a while up until the Mueller report where people thought, I mean, look, I thought it was credible for a long time. I'm very open about the fact that I said, the intelligence agencies seem to have this thing. I don't believe in the deep state. This is a bit, it's a very, it was Olivia. Would we have Olivia now? I just want to say that I guess Kid Rock is on stage. I'm sorry. There's a lot happening.
This is incredible. This is incredible. This is like some strange right-wing fever dream, the flames and the American flags.
Yeah.
But yes, I think our Olivia Reingold, political reporter for the Free Press, I think maybe is ready. Oh, there she is. We're hearing Kid Rock,
Hi,
baby.
Guys, I am captivated right now, and so is everyone in this arena. They are standing like it's the Pledge of Allegiance. Entire arena, except for the reporters, which I think is disrespectful. They should be standing. This is amazing.
Olivia, did everyone stand at attention when Hulk Hogan ripped off his shirt, or is this a moment of even more adrenaline and excitement?
I think that this is the peak because Kid Rock is actually improvising. I heard his sound check, and some of this is even new since then. He is replacing some of the words with chants for fight, fight, fight. So it's really a rendition of this. I think it's called Cowboy Baby is the song. And he has replaced the iconic lyrics with even more iconic Trump-themed lyrics.
Well, Olivia, you have been at the RNC, in the belly of the conservative movement and the Republican Party for a few days, but you've been reporting on phenomenon like young people going Trump for a while. What are the vibes going on? We heard Batya earlier in this conversation refer to what's happening as a kind of spiritual revival. I do see a large cross around Kid Rock's neck, but I would not necessarily describe what I'm hearing as a revival. What have you been experiencing? What have you seen? Tell us about it.
There is a lot of energy amongst youth this cycle. So, as you know, for decades, it's been thought that if you are young, you will always vote left, and if you're old or middle-aged, you will always vote right. And now that is totally reversing. There's so much energy amongst Gen Z for Trump. And so I have heard from a lot of young voters here that voting for Trump is really like touching the third rail. Like it's the last kind of edgy, provocative, and even cool thing to do in the age of the internet.
So it's like punk and counterculture to go Republican?
Yeah, and actually, when I was covering Trump's Bronx rally, I met really sophisticated, like, art kids. So I met really sophisticated art kids who are backing Trump, like Manhattan, Ivy League educated art world kids.
Olivia, are you talking to people there about, we had Mark Halperin, the great political journalist on the show, who broke news today that the Democrats have come to some sort of agreement that Joe Biden will resign this weekend. That's Mark's reporting, and I don't know if that's going to come to pass, but he's a very reliable source. Has anyone talking about that inside the hall? Is there some sense of excitement? Because I know that Republicans want to face Joe Biden because they know they can get a landslide. They think he's the easiest one to beat. Is anyone discussing this development?
Just so you know, Trump, that is Trump's cue. There might be some music in between, but that is the final, that mic drop that Kid Rock just did is the final cue before Trump goes on. But I would say Biden is surprisingly absent at the RNC this cycle. No one is really mentioning him when they I don't know what that was, a trailer for the next Trump presidency, but that PowerPoint sort of thing, when they showed Biden, there were boos. People are not focused on it. This is not a referendum on Biden. This is actually a vote for Trump for these people here.
Well, Olivia, I'm going to call it and say you should go watch President Trump because it does appear that he's coming out, and we're going to cut to that, and we might come back to you. I don't know. I hope so.
Well, I'm going to head to the floor.
Head to the floor, go find Peter Savodnik, and hopefully we will find you guys in a less cacophonous way after Trump speaks.
I don't know about that, but okay, hopefully we'll see you guys soon.
Okay, see you later, Olivia.
Bye.
Well, Michael, I think that the official RNC schedule has him speaking for something like an hour and 30 minutes.
Oh,
so
dear.
we might be in for another American carnage.
It
Let's see.
may be Dana White first, and we have the
Oh,
UFC
really?
guy and the WWE guy. It is literally wrestling. It's professional fighting, and I have to say, there's a clip, and I recommend viewers go find it. It's a very specifically Donald Trump thing. He was talking, and he said, told this anecdote twice, and this is how bizarre our politics are now. He said that he had talked to Dana White and suggested to him that he create a migrant fighting league. Did anyone see this? It's utterly bizarre.
With slapping, or is that different from the slapping?
No, it was not the slapping. The point of it was that the migrants that are coming in are very tough. And he said they're very tough cookies. They'll fight the UFC. And it was so bizarre that if this had happened at the beginning of the campaign in 2016, it would be an iconic moment in the same way that, what he said about John McCain. But, it's gone so crazy now that nobody even pays attention to it at all.
I think Dana White is actually speaking right now. If we want to hear him, I'm sure you saw him at the roast. Let's watch him.
He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives. And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Well, here it goes.
All right, here it goes. And we're going to join you after Donald Trump's speech, so stay tuned. Bari Weiss, as you know, has a new baby. It's kind of bedtime in the Weiss household. But
it's bedtime.
Thank you for being here for this time. It's a very long stretch of time for you, for crushing it here and making our viewers happy. Bari Weiss, founder and editor-in-chief of the Free Press, my pal, thanks for joining us. And the rest of you, we will be back after Donald J. Trump speaks, and we'll have guests because we've had so many and it's been so great. That's my Donald Trump kind of style.
I love it. I love it, Michael. I'm sure this has been amazing. Everyone's going to watch Trump, and then I'm going to watch you at home, having a glass of wine and seeing what guests you bring on after his speech. I'll see you guys later.
Donald Trump. Okay. Lee Greenwood is proud to be an American. Are you going to put me up on the thing the whole speech?
And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Next to you and defend her still today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet.
and moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. And I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance, and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. I'm going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called, he's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies. 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them. But by that time, So much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down. And yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden, I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The Black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our Black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here, and send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day one. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started, are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip. And it's a great building. And the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respectful. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. Tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. So he used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launchers from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one. So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight, I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, we are back. I can't believe we're back. I never thought we'd be back. I don't even know what time it is. That was like a Bergman movie or like a Bruce Springsteen concert, but sort of less entertaining at the end. Look, Donald Trump started off very disciplined, very on prompter. That was the new unity Donald Trump. And then it all fell apart. And that might have been the longest speech. We have to get somebody fact checking this if that was the longest convention speech of all time. But good Lord, was it exhausting. At the beginning of the speech, I just want to say this quickly. We have a guy like Jonah Goldberg, who we had on the Honestly podcast recently, who's a never Trump type, who tweeted this out, which I thought was pretty interesting. I have many opinions about all this, but Trump telling the story of his assassination attempt was objectively riveting and kind of brilliant. Takes a lot for Jonah to say that. That was at the beginning of this speech. Had he pulled the plug there at about 20 minutes, probably would have been okay. All right, well, we're going to go over to the convention center to our friend, Free Press employee, Free Press writer, Peter Savodnik, who is outside, I think. I'm not sure if we have him there, but I think so. Is that Peter Savodnik there? Peter is there.
Yes.
Thumbs up, Peter.
Yes.
No one has left yet. You're outside.
I'm just waiting.
Because that was a Fish concert. What on
like a
earth
Dead
was that, Peter Savodnik? How do you rate that speech?
I mean, it wasn't really just a speech, right? It was like a speech he kept going off and on the teleprompter. So if you were watching the teleprompter, right, like he's very seamless about it. So he's speaking, he's on the prompter, and then he kind of leans in, he kind of leans against the lectern, and he kind of goes on some sort of rambling tangent, which goes on forever. It's obviously sort of not what he was supposed to be talking about, but then he kind of steers it back to the prompter and he kind of moves on. So it was like a speech slash, like conversation with like dinner guests who were like trapped in his, like in his like apartment late at night. It was long, but I think, I think it's what they wanted. I think it's what like the people here were expecting. They wanted, a long. They know what he's about, and I think they got it. So,
I would say, Peter, that people who have been to Trump rallies are not unfamiliar with the very long Trump speech, but
yes.
The difference, I think, here is that the tone was so subdued for the first 30, 45 minutes. It was almost sleepy. And I think Donald Trump was realizing that the crowd was not responding to that. I wasn't there. You were. Did you get the sense that Donald Trump was started going into the Hannibal Lecter thing, started doing comedy?
I kind of thought that, I actually kind of thought that it was sort of brilliant, the whole first 45 minutes, because, of course, he makes some opening remarks and he segues pretty quickly into the story of the near assassination, and of course he goes into great detail, and look, I agree with Jonah. I think it was very powerful, very evocative. The woman behind me was crying, and I think what he I was kind of crammed in between about 50 Trump supporters in this kind of aisle, about maybe 30 feet from the former president, and people were visibly really moved. And I think what he did that was very effective was he created this, if you listen to the speech, he uses the first person plural a lot. And so he creates this impression that, this attack on him was an attack on them, an attack by extension on America. And when he feels the blood coming down, he's suffering for them. I mean, there's a lot of Christ-like imagery here. And then of course he stands up, there's the raised fist. And he says, we fought back. I fought back because that's what America does. We fight, and the crowd starts chanting, fight, fight, fight. I mean, there's this feeling that you get when you're there of these people, just they feel so connected to him. But I think maybe more importantly, or just as importantly, they feel really connected to each other. And there's this it's amazing. I've covered other campaigns. I've never seen that, the sense of community among the kind of the Trump supporters, the Trump base.
I think that's right. And it's for the Free Press, I went to a Trump rally. It was supposed to be a UAW rally, and I want to talk about that in a second too, but it was in Detroit. And the number of people I talked to who said, my friends, this friend, that friend, and I realized when talking to them that they all had met on Facebook groups devoted to Donald Trump. And there is that sense of community. I'm wondering, in a way, how it played outside of Donald Trump's fan base. And I know you're going to talk to some people there and get some reaction. But do you have someone there to talk to, Peter?
We do. Please. I'm Peter, and you are?
Peter, Tori.
Hi, Tori. It's so nice to speak with you, and I appreciate you taking the time.
Yes, of course.
So, Tori, where are you from?
I'm from Ohio.
Okay, you're from Ohio.
Yes.
And you are a delegate?
No, I was not.
You were in the hall.
Correct.
We were just talking now about sort of this feeling of kind of community among the Trump supporters, of sort of this kind of sense of connection. I wonder, it's just not just between supporters and Trump, but supporters with each other.
Yes.
I wonder if you could comment on that.
Okay, so right now our country is fractured, as we can all understand, right? We're extremely fractured. Unity is of importance. Now, let's be fair, a lot of Republicans aren't very happy with their selection of VP. There were so many camps. But the one thing that they are sure of is that whoever it is, President Trump is their president. And he inspires them to be unified and empowers them to want to do better as a country. So we see that what you want to say is unification. It's the people agreeing that, phew, this time, We may have more control over the elections, more control over what is happening in order to ensure that, well, we have free and transparent elections too.
You were saying some people were unhappy with the choice of vice president?
Yes.
What exactly were they unhappy
Well,
about?
there were a lot of people. I mean, I'm not very happy, but I support my president.
What do you object to exactly about Senator Vance?
Well, I would have expected someone with a little bit more of foreign policy, only because of the climate right now in the world. I mean, he could get crash course, but that would mean that he would have to rely a lot on his staff. And that was a problem with Pence. The problems that we had within the first Trump administration were coming out of Vice President Pence's office. So,
Tori, thank you so much for taking the time. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you. I think we have someone else.
I'm the political director for the National Federation of Republican Women.
Nikki, thank you so much. Here, please come. If you could say your name again.
Nikki Beaver.
Wonderful. And Nikki, where are you from?
I am from Arkansas, but I live in Washington, D.C. now.
Great. And you work for the National Association of Republican Women?
National Federation of Republican Women. Yes.
Sorry. Okay. So tell me, if you will, for people who are not in the convention hall, which is to say most people out there in America, what was it like being inside there while Donald Trump is giving what was a very, a long, rambling speech?
The energy is incredible. I mean, it was long, but we were all very excited to hear from him, especially after Saturday. And to hear what happened play by play from him on Saturday was very heartwarming and good to hear. He kind of started off a little slow and somber, and I think he fed off of the crowd's energy and excitement for this movement, and he really picked up steam towards the end. The energy is just incredible.
Yeah, describe that if you would for a moment. You've worked on other political campaigns. What distinguishes the Trump campaign from other presidential or down ballot campaigns you may have worked on?
Well, now it is the results that he had and the results that we desperately need in this country right now. The economy is 65% of Americans are struggling and living paycheck to paycheck. And, everybody that you ask, they were better off 4 years ago than they are right now. And so we have a real chance at change and to make America great again, as cheesy as it sounds.
Sounds good. Tori, Tori, yes. Nikki, I apologize. I'm sorry, it's very late. Nikki, thank you so much for your time. Yeah. All right. We have someone else, Michael.
Look at that. There's so many people willing.
So many people.
How are they still awake?
This is an excellent question. Thank you so much, guys, for coming. Can you tell me your names?
My name is Sandra.
Janessa.
So Sandra and Janessa, where are you guys from?
We're from Madison. Well, no, we are not. We're from outside of Madison.
Madison area.
Here.
Okay, so Wisconsin,
Yes. Yeah.
near Madison,
Yes.
but not Madison proper.
Correct.
If you were in Madison, you're likely to be a Democrat. Is that right?
Yeah, but there's lots.
There-
more likely. Maybe.
okay.
Maybe
Okay.
it would depend.
But you live
I
outside.
would say Madison City is probably more liberal. Yes.
With the university and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us, for everyone who is not in the hall, tell us what it was like being in there. Are you guys delegates, or we're guests.
Delegates,
What was it like being in there?
Fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Energy was high. People are positive, super happy, looking forward and being very optimistic about the future. It was awesome.
Did the speech kind of ran long? You didn't feel that?
Never. I could listen to him talk to me all day long.
All day?
All day. Whatever
So
he wants.
when he leans into the teleprompter or he leans into the lectern and he's just like he goes on one of those.
I love it.
You love it?
Yep.
So what is it? What feeling does for you do you experience when you're watching Trump on one of these?
It's emotional for me. Like when they play God Bless the USA and he comes out and tearing up, I'm like, thank God you're alive. I just believe he's the savior of the free world and we need him.
Tell me, if you will, for people out there who don't understand what you are feeling, when you say he's the savior of the free world, what exactly, this maybe is hard to describe, but what do you have in mind? Like, what is that? Why?
Well, he's got a great business sense, number one.
Mm-hmm.
He's coherent, number two. And I think his plan, and his record is huge.
What he did in 4 years is amazing.
Yeah, he is a great human being. Like he has faith family, the American values intact. He is a great human being. And if people would stop twisting his words and taking snippets from what I was listening tonight, and I'm like, oh, there's a snippet they're going to take and make into something else. If they would just be honest and show the full clips, I don't think that there would be as much opposition. I really don't.
Do you think Trump has evolved or changed in any way from the time when he first ran or when he left office to now? Have there been any changes as far as you can tell, or is he the same person?
I think he's the same person, but I think that he's reined in his snarkiness, and I think that's going to help.
I mean, I asked because I was struck tonight by the sort of very kind of unifying tone, right? I mean, he repeatedly said tonight about how I'm speaking to all Americans, whether you like me or you don't like me. The tone in the 2016 race for sure, and I think in 2020 was more combative and more pugnacious. This time it seemed much more,
I think he's less spicy, right? He's always said the things that like we feel like he can't say, or like for me, I always loved that about him, that he would just say stuff.
Yeah.
And I think he is, again, like you said, like toning it down. He's less spicy Trump. He's more calmer Trump, and maybe that will help some of the people who are on the
less spicy Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I think he is. I think that he has just reined it in a little, where he's making sure that what he's saying is clear, but without the like boardroom penchant behind it. He's used to like doing business deals. He's not a politician in heart. You know what I mean? He is a businessman. So I think he's learning to like rein it in and like less boardroom, more human.
Less boredom, more human.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anyway,
Thank you.
have a wonderful night.
Great again.
Okay, thank you. All right, good night, both of you. You too. So there you have it, Michael.
There you have it, Peter. I think there's a couple things that work here. One is that, people who are in there, as you say, they love it. It could go on forever, and they will be very, very happy. They want Donald Trump. But the thing of people that like us who have to watch it, the difference is that people at home turn it off. They're like, you know what, I got it. And the beginning was great, fine, and they turn it off. I don't know if it has that much of an ultimate negative effect on him for going on that long. We in the media are exhausted by it, and that I tell you what, though, the one thing that I thought was pretty interesting, and I'm interested in your take on it, was that the foreign policy element of it was not as, sort of dovish as I think a lot of people in the Trump camp would like it to be. I mean, he said, Hamas, we're going to bring those American hostages home, and you're going to be very sorry if you don't submit to this. Ukraine, something similar.
No, and in fact, he was very explicit about sort of like, Russia being, I think he used the word evil. I mean, he for Republicans who have kind of equivocated about sort of like, Vladimir Putin, there was no doubt sort of like where Donald Trump stands, as of this evening. But I think we have someone else.
You have a special guest?
Sir, okay. Hi, I'm Peter.
Hi, Thomas. Nice to meet you.
Thomas?
Two great saints.
Yes. Thomas, where are you from?
I currently live in Kansas. Grew up in Houston, Texas.
Okay, and are you you're a guest? Okay, so where were you seated? Were you near Trump?
The right of the stage.
The right. Okay.
I could see the right side of the podium.
Got it. Is this your first convention?
Yes.
Why are you here?
Well, we just had a chance to come, and that's a good question. I wanted to be a part of history. I think that's probably my personal motivation.
So for you, the moment that was like most captivating, exciting, or most evocative, what was it for you? And it was a long speech. What moment stands out?
Near the end, I was actually coming down the escalator trying to remember the words. I was going to look them up later when he was talking about. It was sort of that section about American destiny and greatness and being excited about the future. That to me was the most moving of the speech. Yeah.
And what was it like? I think you've been to other Trump rallies. Is that right?
No, I'm not.
So this is your first Trump gathering.
Yes. Oh, yes.
What was it like being around all the other Trump supporters there? They've got 18,000 people in the hall. What was it like just sort of being that energy?
Well, I mean, very positive, I would say. not angry. Positive, happy, looking forward to the future.
The tone seems to be different now than it was in 2020 or 2016. It's more.
I was actually not very plugged into politics at that time.
Really?
Yeah, working really hard. And
why are you more plugged in now?
I would say probably I went through a lot of kind of personal persecution, and so I kind of connect on that a little bit with President Trump. I mean, probably not on the same scale, of course, but and then I don't know, just got more interested in just kind of changing of interest. And
what is it about Trump that you, on a more substantive or policy level, that you like? What did you hear tonight that you think, okay, that sounds smart?
Oh, well, I mean, the high points that he hit, the border and the economy and all that stuff, which is, that's not surprising. But he said it. Yeah, everybody criticizes him for not having like specific policy points and all this stuff, and not articulating whatever, But he said we're gonna have common sense about doing this. So that's attractive. Like, let's do something that makes sense. And but he did articulate several specific things tonight about.
When you mentioned common sense, what exactly? What is it about that? That stood out to me as well. What is it about that kind of resonated with you?
Well, I mean, I don't think any reasonable person can look at least some of the things that are happening in the country right now and say, that doesn't work. Let's do something that works.
Two examples of things that...
Just from a pure government...
So for the Democrats out there who are watching, who have no idea what you're talking about, maybe one or two examples of things that don't work, in your view.
I would say, if you're struggling to find or keep a job, it should at least be fair to go out and compete for a job or hold your job with sort of an even playing field. And you said two problems.
One is fine. I mean, yeah. Tom, listen, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it very much. Have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right, take care. So there you go. Oh, I think we have I think one more person, or maybe we have other people. Oh, okay, very good. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Great.
I can't believe it, but I'm still here. I'm managing.
Nor can I.
I'm surprised they're still there too.
Sir, I'm Peter Savodnik. You are?
Mike Robbins from Alaska.
From Alaska? From Alaska. My in-laws are in Alaska.
Right on.
Where?
Part?
Anchorage.
Oh, nice. Where I'm from.
Okay. Why are you here? Are you a delegate?
I'm a delegate from Alaska, representing the Alaska Republican Party.
Fantastic. So,
and, of course, nominating President Trump.
Yes. Tell us what it was like just being inside the hall, like for you, like the thing that, like the feeling of what it was like to be there.
Well, it's an incredible amount of energy. You get all these people together celebrating the future of our country. It was really incredible. I was here in the convention in 2016 when we got nominated the last time.
Yep.
And the feeling was much different this time.
How is it different?
Well, there was a lot more talk about what kind of a person Trump is, and a lot more talk about what he had done. And there's a lot more just emotional attachment to what's happening in our country, I think, with borders and with all of those things. So it was just very emotional this time.
When you say emotional, is that because of the recent assassination attempt or something else that maybe?
It would be hard to separate those two things, of course, because everybody was talking about it. But I think it was emotional prior to that too. I think that everyone feels this connection with Trump. I think that he spent the last 4 years traveling around the country and building a connection with people, just everyday people. And I think a lot of them are here. I mean, this is I think a very representation of the electorate.
How would you describe the Trump community, the people in like the sort of Trump world, what we call like MAGA? Like how would you describe that community?
Americans who love their country and who want to see our country grow and prosper. And they want everybody to have a job. They want to be able to pay their bills. They want to be able to go to the grocery store and be able to pay for their groceries. I remember calling my wife after Trump got elected the last time and telling her that I was so excited to fill my truck up, which had a 26-gallon gas tank, for under $200 or under $100, right? This time, I remember calling her when gas was $4.15, and I couldn't fill it up once on my credit card. Yeah. Because my credit machine stops,
Yeah.
And so I think that's who the voters are. Just people who want a good life. We just all want to be happy, and we want a good life. We want to be able to go to work, raise our families.
What is the last question? What is the number one misconception that the Trump haters have when it comes to the people who are supporting President or former President Trump?
Well, I don't know. The number one misconception maybe is that we don't like certain kinds of people, or that we hate the Democrats, or any of those kinds of things. And I don't think that's true. I mean, I was talking to somebody today, and she says, "What does unity mean?" And unity means that everybody can work together on making America great.
And you think that that's a feeling which kind of courses through a large part of the Trump?
I think so. I think that everyone here just wants to have a good country.
How is it that things became so confused or confusing, where people don't realize that or don't know that? That they don't understand. I mean, there seems to be a disconnect between sort of the way that people inside, sort of the Trump community think of what they're doing and who they are, and people outside who view it as, hostile to, so where they come from.
To like everyday people.
Yes, right.
I think it got confused. I honestly think it had a lot to do with the establishment and with the media and the misconceptions that got propagated by certain members of the media. I think that they had a lot to do with it. I think it's easy to convince people of something when you say it over and over and over again.
Anyway, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Peter,
yep.
We are going to go right now.
Oh, we're going to go.
Somebody who is in the arena, I guess, who
okay,
just come out,
wonderful.
Is my friend, the great Ben Dreyfuss, formerly of Mother Jones Magazine, currently now a smoking Substacker, and one of the best follows on Twitter in the history of Twitter. Ben Dreyfuss, thank you for joining us. How's it going, buddy?
Thank you for having me. I'm good. How are you?
How was that marathon speech? Did you make it through?
I mean, I thought in the beginning it was great. I thought that he'd actually done the thing we've all wanted him to do for so long. And then it went on for another hour.
But the people, Peter Savodnik, our roving correspondent out in front of the arena, says all the people he talked to, they love it. They don't care that it goes on for 2 hours. They want the Wagner opera version of Donald Trump.
I think that that's what he gave them, right? He said, I didn't want to disappoint. And I guess I understand that. But what I thought he did in the beginning was that he showed the voters who actually matter, right? Who aren't sold, that he wasn't going to destroy America and change the fabric of the country. And then he kind of just went and rambled on for a while. And I was like, oh, right. I know this guy.
Yeah, that's right. My thing was I know this guy. Particularly when the Hannibal Lecter bit came up again. That's when you're watching the comedian Trump. He's going back to the classics.
Well, the thing is, I love that bit. I was like, I do. If you're going to play the songs, I want Brown Eyed Girl. I want you to do it, Van. I want you to play it.
So that's my theory watching this, was that the subdued Trump, the soporific Trump at the beginning of this, which went on for probably 20 minutes, I guess, in the crowd didn't seem like they were loving it that much. They were politely clapping. And I think he probably looked at the crowd and said, this is not what I'm used to. And then he went off prompter pretty hard.
Well, what I saw was nuts was because I was in the press thing behind where we were just staring at the prompter, was that it's actually written into the speech that went on this long.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
He definitely went off book a bunch, but it kept going on, and they should have just had it. They should have had it be 40 minutes shorter.
Yeah. Was there anything in the speech? The funny thing about Trump is that this is very, very different from political speeches in the past, where, it's very disciplined and you end up talking about the policy proposals and the things was there anything in the speech beyond style, which is what we're all talking about, that actually was that's a policy proposal that seems sensible, or he's connecting with people, or that's, the good version of Trump right there, or the bad version of Trump?
No, I mean, I didn't. When he was talking about policy, it was just, he sounded like Biden. He could barely string 5 words together, it seemed like, it was, they should replace him. it was the first part where I was like, oh, he's a nice grandfather. He's just a nice guy. The left hasn't been nice to him.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the vibe that was going. But it's so funny that it's so people like everyone in the media talking about how long it was and just it's style, that they also missed a moment where he suggested that people cheat on their taxes. I don't know if you caught that, where he's talking about the taxing tips. And he said, oh, I talked to the waitress, which is clearly a fake story. He always makes these things up. Talking to the waitress. And he said, you know, how can they find it? Just cash. Can't you just hide it from them? Which I thought was a great moment of Donald Trump telling you how to cheat on your taxes. But, you know,
but the thing is, like, as someone who has been wondering how to cheat on their taxes, I was like, great. That sounds great. I also would like to lower my taxes.
But yeah, do you get tips, Ben Dreyfuss? Is that how you make your living?
No, I mean, I literally, like, I'm a Substacker, so I have an LLC. I was like, thank God for the Trump tax cut. But, like, the entire thing, it is great for, I don't know, I'm really torn with grading all of this because he did so well in the beginning with, like, calming down. All he has to do because he's winning is to make people not be afraid that he's going to come and put snakes in their beds that are going to go in their bums. And he did that really well. But then I thought he then became the Trump who is just a guy who's rambling on about bullshit.
You know, Ben, we were out and about the last couple of days at the convention, and I was looking for people who are flippers, people who have flipped from, you know, Biden or from Democrats towards Trump for a variety of reasons. Ben Dreyfuss, you used to work at Mother Jones, a very liberal magazine, and I'm wondering if you are now MAGA Ben Dreyfuss. Is that too far to go?
No, that is too far to go. That is too far to go. I definitely was calm. I definitely think that the left has gone, you know, is a bit crazy full of this. But also, every time he spoke, I was like, you're reminding me that I do disagree with every position you have.
Yeah. What's the thing that offends you most about Donald Trump when you see him speaking tonight?
I don't like the way he wants to deport all of the immigrants.
Yeah.
I'm a lib. I think that the immigrants are nice. I love the immigrants. Immigrants make America good.
On face, Ben Dreyfuss. I think the immigrants are nice. Which is
not the ones who rape those white women he was talking about. That sounded bad. Those ones, I don't know. I'm not going to vouch for them.
All right. Did we just lose Ben Dreyfuss? I mean, no, there he is. There's Ben Dreyfuss. Oh, we got him here. We got a better view of Ben Dreyfuss, which is not what I wanted.
Hi.
I don't need a better vision of you, Ben, but all right. Can I ask you something? I mentioned the other day. You know, I saw Madison Cawthorn all around.
Oh, my God.
Who you made some news talking about Madison Cawthorn in the past. You don't have to get into that because it's a family stream. But did you interact with a lot of Republicans when you were hanging out there doing your reporting?
I did interact with them, and they were all lovely. I will say that I'm now listening to this and hearing my own echo, but what did happen is that 5 minutes ago, before Trump was speaking, sitting in this bar because it was a little boring listening to Kid Rock or whatever, and they were all going on about how the NIH is trying to give people schizophrenia and that horses don't have spirits. And I was like, this is reminding me that I don't understand this party terribly well.
You ran into a lot of conspiracy types, is what you're saying.
Right, but I do think that, those people are lunatic. I've gone to lots of Democratic debates. Those people are crazy there as well. They're probably ranting on about how horses do have spirits, and they're spirits that are two spirits, maybe. So it all works itself out.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been paying attention to MSNBC, but you have people like Joy Reid, who is this is the Blue Anon phenomenon, the QAnon of the left. And there are a lot of conspiracy theories about the Donald Trump assassination attempt. I think it's probably bi-directional. How about that? That's nice.
I mean, did you notice that Tucker kept saying he was shot in the face?
As a matter of fact, I did notice that, but I was so underwhelmed by Tucker Carlson's speech. I don't care what you think of him, and I have very complicated feelings about him. But he's a very good broadcaster, I thought it was a kind of underwhelming speech. Were you in the hall for Tucker Carlson's speech?
Yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah. What did you think of it?
I thought that, look, these are people who understand. I mean, normally they understand television in an interesting way. That is something that you don't actually see much on the left, Like, people on the left are stupid.
Yeah.
They live in front of the lawn at Columbia and set fire and talk about how they love Hamas because they're dumb. And the fact is that, like, normally these people, whether they're fascists or not, can dress well and do it. And I do think that my main takeaway was, well, they still have some show in them.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you one final question before we go to our friend and Free Press contributor, employee, General Poobah, Eli Lake. I'm going to ask you one thing, Ben Dreyfuss. You just said something about a kind of Hollywood aspect of this. Everyone has been commenting that this was seamlessly done. And I have to say, like Andy Kaufman, you're from Hollywood. You grew up in Hollywood. Do you think that Republicans are finally making it like, this is probably just a commentary, that making a better show of everything? They're doing a better job because they were always so far behind the Democrats and liberals.
Well, they might be doing a better job than they were, but no. Are they doing well? No. Like, let me tell you something. My mom, my dad is a movie star, but my mom is a star fucker, okay? So she used to only get in bed with, Jack Nicholson, Dreyfuss, all these people. And my mom wouldn't have fucked anyone here.
I just want everyone to know that late night after like a marathon speech, Ben Dreyfuss starts listing the Hollywood celebrities that his mother has slept with.
I mean, she didn't think Bob Dylan had a nice dick.
This is when it goes off the. You don't get that from Joy Reid, and I'm not cutting Ben Dreyfuss off because he's being pornographic. It's because he has things to do, like drinking.
And my hair looks terrible. I was embarrassed.
You do look like your father for the first time in a very long time. Ben Dreyfuss, we love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
Thank you so much, Ben.
Thank you guys for having me.
Have a fun night. And we are going to go right now to our, I think, our final person of the night. I mean, we've all been enduring this for quite some time. We can't do it forever. I know you want to do it forever, but I have to sleep. Everybody has to sleep. And there's only so much Trump stuff you can take. But before we end, let's go to the Free Press's own Eli Lake, my friend, my comrade, known him for many years, and I trust him on everything, and he's wearing an Elvis Costello t-shirt. Eli Lake, live from D.C. You watched the speech. You're still awake. What did you think?
Well, congratulations to Wisconsin for getting the American Iron Dome contract, apparently. And one of the things I didn't know, and I cover national security, is that apparently Donald Trump designed the new class of U.S. naval destroyers. Originally, they looked like yachts. But, he said, do something to the bow here. And like the Navy guys were like, wow, this guy really knows what he's talking about. Maybe you should design all of our destroyers.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I was like, the first 15 minutes, I'm like, I think he's going to win in a landslide.
Yeah.
Less because, I should say, I think they're doing the right thing. I think this is a much better run campaign than 2020 or 2016 in a lot of ways. But it's because, I don't know if you've noticed, but the Democrats are in an epic generational civil war at the moment. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
but Eli, I mean,
I just think like anybody can run, and think about it this way.
Republicans are in a civil war. We saw the
no. They went through a civil war, and
Correct.
This is the result.
This is the result. We saw the defeat tonight, and the reason that Tucker Carlson is the one that is like on the last night. That's a pretty big stage. Getting on Thursday night, couple of slots before the president. That's kind of defining what conservatism is now. J.D. Vance is defining what conservatism or Republican politics is now. That civil war is over, right? I mean, you have been called a neocon your entire life. That's not a faction that has much of a space in this party anymore, right?
Oh, well, yes. However, what I would say is that if you listen to Trump's speech, there were some neocon elements. And the one thing I would say that's interesting is that what was this phrase that he kept saying? It was like this one little throwback to the old days, drill, baby, drill.
Yeah.
Who started that? Sarah Palin. That was 2008. And she was the original sort of like populist. She was the powder cocaine of populism to the Donald Trump crack.
So I guess
Drill Baby Drill was like a throwback. And then he said Rick Reagan was a good president. That was nice.
I mean, if that is true, the powder cocaine, then that means Bill Kristol is the freeway Ricky Ross of the modern conservative movement, because that's where it's been. Thank you, Bill Kristol. You're now a Democrat, but that you've done that to the party. That was your part of it was your doing. But okay,
they were on a weekly standard cruise in Alaska, and then they found this.
Yeah, correct. So we are in this moment, right? And I just wonder, when you have the head of the Teamsters there, when you have people talking about, getting unions in the coalition, which is not a bad thing, by the way. It's perfectly good to have that big tent.
Can I as like a historical type, and I think you'll appreciate it. I just want to correct something. It's true the Teamsters had never spoken to the Republicans before. That's correct.
Yeah.
But Jimmy Hoffa notoriously gave money to Nixon, and probably illegally, and bought his pardon, some would say, in the 1972, where the Teamsters bought a pardon. I mean, so the Teamsters have always had a kind of, it's not that historically unprecedented for the Teamsters particularly to support. I mean, they supported Nixon. Hoffa supported Nixon. So it's, were they at the convention? No. So that's one thing I would say. The other thing is that, like, it's pretty obvious that, like, what half that speech was about an illegal invasion of mental patients and criminals coming into America who are taking the jobs of unions. He said, blacks, Hispanics, and unions.
Yeah.
So, yes, I agree with you that that's kind of new for the Republicans, but it harkens. I mean, there are like, I just say antecedents. You can find them.
All right, Eli Lake, we love you. Might come back to you, but we got to go to Tim Dillon. One of my favorite people. Is no offense to everybody else who's been here, but I've been waiting for one analysis of this speech, and it is comedian and general polymath Tim Dillon. Tim, did you watch the whole thing?
I watched a lot of it, and then I was doing a show in Salt Lake City. I think he did a great job. I think he is the president now. That's it. I don't think there should be an election. I think it's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. The Democrats have disgraced themselves to a point where they should literally just let him win. It would actually look good if they said, just take it. Now, by the way, not even wait till the inauguration. Just give it to him now. Yeah, I mean, it was presidential. It was, to a degree funny.
Yeah.
Not as funny as I've seen him be,
Exactly.
but
yeah.
he, looked incredibly presidential. He was above, a lot of the type of bickering and stuff that people, love when he does, right? They love, but he's the winner. He's winning. What are they going to do? They got to get Michelle Obama. That's the only chance they got, is to have Michelle Obama come out on stage at the DNC and go, yes, I'm a man, and now I'm the president. Unless that happens, it's over.
And it has to have the man bit, you think?
1,000%.
Yes. If not, she's not going to win.
Of course not.
Yeah. What about Kamala Harris? I mean, look, we had a on the show.
Kamala Harris is a boring Brentwood wine-drunk prosecutor. No one wants it. No one needs it. No one ordered it. No one's asking for it. It's enraging and boring at the same time. It has the unique ingredient of being silly and ridiculous, and also like she angers people. I've never seen someone that should and can be as easily dismissed as her, what she says, but also like people, she really just makes people angry, and members of her own party. They don't want to prosecute her. They don't want a cop. They don't like her. I mean, she's not fun. She's not personable. She's like an aunt. She's like your aunt who's drinking red wine and, talking crazy at the family party,
And she literally was a cop. I mean, she was prosecuting aggressively in California, drug crimes, etc.
Yeah.
But why do you think she polls horribly too? She doesn't poll well against Donald Trump, but
I've heard from people that if they pass her over, she's going to go nuts.
Yeah.
She hates Gavin Newsom. She'll make a big deal of it. She's going to go crazy if they will not give her the chance. And it's just lose gracefully. They're going to lose. They should lose gracefully. I don't think there's much to be gained from winning. I actually think they should start saying we're going to lose.
Oh.
Like, I think they should start with that. They should go out and they go, we get it. We're losing this one. But you all came out for a fundraiser. We can still have fun. We can still eat crab cakes. We're all here in East Hampton.
Yeah.
We know we're going down.
Yeah. So, I mean, Trump, by the way, and you pointed this out, he was like kind of trained to be subdued tonight. Like the first 20 minutes was and it was a good, recitation of what happened the other day in Pennsylvania. But Shane Gillis said in his special, he said, can we now admit that Donald Trump is funny? You are a comic. Yes. The moments in that, like his Hannibal Lecter bit, I mentioned this earlier.
He's the funniest guy.
He's he's just funny. I don't give a shit if you like his policies. He had a thing the other day, Dana White was on, and he's had a thing the other day where he was talking about a migrant fighting league. Did you see? I don't know if you saw this.
No, but I mean, it's amazing. I mean, listen, he's one of the funniest people. He's one of the most American people. He's maybe has the most uniquely American life of any other person. I think Caitlyn Jenner might be second, to be honest, in terms of like unique American lives that you can't really replicate other places. He's the man of the moment. I mean, people can love him, they can hate him, they could say all kinds of things about him. They will. It doesn't really matter. He's the guy of the moment. The guy just got shot in the ear. He stood back up. He said, fight, fight, fight. He's inevitable. There's nothing to be done. I mean, everything they've tried to do to get rid of this guy, indicting him, all this stuff, it's all been silly. It's made him more powerful. It's made him so powerful that he's beyond the scope of power that people even understood 4 years ago. And it's because everything the Democratic Party has tried to do, everything liberals have tried to do to get rid of this guy has been the absolute 100% worst move, wrong move. Everything they've done has been terrible, from the Russia stuff right on down to indicting him for inflating the price of a fucking condo as if anyone cares. They have no one to blame but themselves. And, he seems, I think, he's probably a bullet whizzing by your head like that probably changes you a little bit. And I feel like he certainly seems to me ready for the job at this point.
Yeah. You live in the comedy universe. I imagine, I mean, it's a little more ideologically diverse than a lot of other places, but a lot of people in there are pretty liberal guys. And I imagine the dictator stuff comes up all the time, right? I mean, every time I talk to somebody about Donald Trump, I say, look, I talk to the supporters. They're reasonable people, but he is going to end democracy. What do you say
Most
to people?
Presidents don't get a lot of stuff done.
Yeah.
I heard when Obama was going to come in that he was going to force everybody to move from the suburbs to the cities, and he was going to end private auto ownership. And because of environmentalism, they weren't going to let anyone drive cars, which probably will come down the road at some point. But I heard he was going to get it done, and he was going to take away everybody's right to have a backyard and stuff. I just don't think that Donald Trump in 4 years is going to end American democracy. I've never believed that. And I understand that he has some impulses that are kind of authoritarian impulses and things he says. He appoints his family and all that stuff. But I just don't believe that even if he wanted to, that he could. We have a court system. We have other things that would prevent that. We have checks and balances. We have a Congress. We have a House of Representatives. We have a Supreme Court. It's always weird in politics. Usually what you accuse someone else of being, you are doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It just doesn't feel to me that the group of people who are constantly warning about Donald Trump being a dictator themselves at every opportunity, every chance, behave like dictators.
Pack the court, disinformation, misinformation, etc.
Use the intelligence agencies to cook up stories that he's getting peed on. This is dictator stuff. This is dictatorial stuff, right?
Yeah, Tim.
Where's Bari Weiss, by the way? She guilted me.
I know.
Doing this, I'm at a show. Where is Bari? I know that there was a drone attack in Tel Aviv. Is she responding personally?
She is in the. She's in putting on an IDF uniform right now and getting.
All right, that's fair.
Tim, I know you got to go. Final question for you. I wish I could have been with you when that debate happened, when you saw Biden out of Operation Bubble Wrap, collapsing.
Well, we knew that.
in
I
real
knew
time.
that. We all
You
knew
that, and I knew that too. But what
Yeah.
was your initial reaction to seeing it really, truly
I
exposed?
don't even know if reality matters anymore in the country. I'm always interested as to what degree reality matters. I believe we are approaching a point rapidly where reality doesn't matter. The Secret Service just said we couldn't have somebody on a roof because it was sloped.
Yeah.
That roof had the slightest slope. I have climbed on roofs to get high.
Yeah.
When I was 15 years old with bongs in my hands. And we're talking about the Secret Service not being able to get on a roof 150 yards away from the president speaking because it was a slope roof. These are the same people that told you that Jeffrey Epstein, the guards fell asleep and the camera broke. And so I don't know if reality even matters anymore in the country. And I don't know if anyone's looking for reality. I think we're just being told to accept nonsense. And most of us do, and that's kind of where we're headed, right? We're headed to a place where they literally put a drooling dementia patient on stage and said, he's not only the president, but he's been the president, and you should elect him to continue to be the president. And it's the greatest insult to everyone's intelligence.
Should he resign?
Well, no, now it's too fun. I actually like the idea of him fighting them forever and never resigning and doing his own January 6th, but it's just him walking around in the Rose Garden, not quite knowing where he's going.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's too fun, and it's been fun watching these so-called late night comedy shows defending his age, and like Stephen Colbert saying, like,
well, it is fun to watch an old guy. It is fun to watch an old guy fight.
Yeah.
And he's old and he's got a little fight in him. So
Yeah.
that is fun. I think when Clooney and Wall Street were throwing him under the bus, people in America were like, fuck George Clooney and fuck these billionaires in the Hamptons telling the guy to get out of the race. Like, people started to go, oh, the polls shifted a little bit because people were going like, even though he is a dementia patient, fuck George Clooney and these Wall Street guys they don't like people being taken out of Americans are not as dumb as people make them think. They have this instinctual intelligence where they understand when someone's being pushed out of something. They saw it happen to Trump. They didn't like when it was kind of happening to Biden. They're like, yeah, the guy's incompetent, but like, who are these guys in the back room, and who are these kingmakers and Wall Street people, and who are they, and why do they have any say over who the president is? Like, all of the media and their infinite wisdom, instead of being like, well, the people are losing confidence, they're like, DNC power brokers and George Clooney and Wall Street hedge fund managers, and people are like, we think these people are scum, we hate them. So Biden was starting to go up when that happened, but of course he shouldn't be the president.
Yeah. And, once they got the signal, people in the media started criticizing him. It was interesting. After George Clooney says so, then they kind of turned on him. Tim Dillon, one of the best podcasts out there, one of the funniest guys out there.
I have two shows. We just added 2 shows in Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
This Sunday, all of the money donated to Israel.
That's why it's directly to a new Iron Dome.
Love you, Barry. Bye-bye.
Tim Dillon, Zionist and comedian.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate it. All right. So we are at the 17,000 hour mark, and I think that we did actually go longer than Donald Trump. So we really can't criticize him because this was Trumpian in its length, but we appreciate all of you showing up twice now to 2 insanely successful live streams. We'll be doing more because you guys have showed up. So I want to thank Abigail Shrier, Peter Meijer, Oren Cass, Mark Halperin, Mark Pincus, Batya Ungar-Sargon. Is this really, was that long? Marianne Williamson, Olivia Reingold, Peter Savodnik, Ben Dreyfuss, Eli Lake, Tim Dillon, Susie Weiss, and Ben Kowaller for the pregame. And of course, how could I forget my co-host, my friend, the mensch, the new mom, Bari Weiss. What a lineup and what a bunch of perspectives. Lefties, righties, everybody. And thanks to the 200,000 of you that have been with us tonight. And if you've been enjoying this coverage, and I know you have, and you're not yet a subscriber, what on earth is wrong with you, you cheap bastards? Go to thefp.com and subscribe today, and we'll see you again soon. Good night.